Yes,
Right, thanks.
that's good bones.
Yeah. I thought so,
Yeah.
but I raised all the money for the service in it, but.
So is that on the original floors?
Good morning.
Or whatever. Oh, is it?
Today is January
Right.
10th, 2024. The time is now 9:01 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this meeting to order. If you do have cell phones, please silence them at this time. If you could join us for the pledge and invocation. Bob, would you be willing to lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Please join me in the invocation. Lord, we just come before you. We thank you for this, this great United States that we all get to live in. Lord, for the blessings that you've bestowed upon all of us. Lord, I just pray for your blessing upon all the citizens of this county. I pray for wisdom and knowledge that we need to move this county forward in the right direction. I just pray all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Can we get a roll call, Kelly?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Panda.
Here.
Commissioner F,
Present.
is Dan not gonna be here today?
I don't
No,
think
he's
so.
on, so he couldn't make it.
And clerk to the board, Kelly Camper, present.
Thank you. And audience introduction, we'll start with you, Bo.
Okay, Senator Hoff,
Deb Adams, Custer County Tourism.
John Van Dorn,
James Gilbert.
Cynthia Gooding.
Bill Parker.
All right, and we do have like about 8 people or 8 or 10 people online. If someone goes to speak later, if you can identify yourself for the record, I'd appreciate that. Any amendments to the agenda?
None from me.
No, sir.
All right, we have no minutes. Commissioner items. Commissioner Campbell.
Yeah, the only big item I'll bring up right now is the Thin Air Communications is starting work on the TV tower. And they'll be down periodically through the month. Getting dismantling the old equipment and starting to build the new system up. That's good news. And that's it for now.
All righty. Commissioner,
I don't have any more than what I'll say throughout the meeting, so.
okay. I don't believe I would have anything to bring this morning either, so. No attorney for that this morning. Kelly, do you have anything for us by chance?
I do not.
All righty. Lucas, I guess if you would like to bring in a report.
All right, so I know this is gonna be a long meeting. I'll keep this relatively short. I have started discussing recruitment to retirement with ADP. They have finally gotten the right people in line, so we'll start scheduling meetings with them probably starting next week.
For what now?
ADP. I had a couple firms reach out about some candidates for consultants, and they're all in the 200,000 plus range. So looking still at other options.
You're still considering Lenny, right?
Still considering other options.
The option.
Can't say specifically any names right at this moment.
Okay, that's fine.
But the big thing that was discovered is Kirkpatrick shut down credit cards. Not 100% sure. There's some assumptions. I don't want to go through the assumptions, but looking at it, we have made interest and late payment fees every month this year. So I don't Neither Jen nor I have access to it, so we will sign a resolution later in this meeting to get us on that account. So I can dig into those. And investigate further back into 22. Or 21, whenever those credit cards accounts got started. And I'm also going to have to pay back probably that interest and get that stopped. And start moving forward with a different process on getting those bills paid, so we don't have that accrue. So most likely that's gonna come out of the commissioner and administration budget. So
I'll have
I don't know where else to pull it, so it's our fault. We weren't staying on top of that, so. That's where it's gonna come from. So anyway. I'll keep digging into it, find out where we're at, finding out how we're gonna. I have ideas on how we're gonna get that bills processed through, but faster.
faster.
And we can take it straight to Kirkpatrick, so they can process it right there, so don't have the time frame of mailing the payment out. But we gotta get it, and we'll get those credit cards. On earlier AP. Before the due date, so it's there before the due date. So we've been missing the due date because either we've waited till the end of the month to pay it and approve it. I don't know exactly what's been happening, but that's what appears what's been happening. I've just waited too long to pay it, so. And then
Before
we'll
you,
start doing a deep dive and we'll see who didn't pay their credit card bill. And then we'll just start shutting off those.
so are they separate accounts or can it be more?
They're all separate accounts. We have a $50,000 credit line and each card to each individual that's underneath that parent account.
So it's drawn from one pot
Yeah, from one parent account.
and they have allocated X amount in each.
And each credit card, yes, sir. Each child account, basically.
I don't know how they, I'd be able to see that happening in real time. I don't know.
We will
With this
There-
system.
start and moving forward.
There,
We have
I
to.
know there were issues prior to. As well, because, that we addressed a similar situation as far as some of these. Not being turned in. From different entities.
Okay.
Yeah. Last year or the year before, so yeah, I'd say you need to dig into a couple of years.
Well, there will be due dates. You're gonna think 5 days after or 7 days after you get that statement, and that statement's emailed after the billing cycle. So it gets sent out from the finance department to all the departments that have a child account. They'll have to make their payments into CIC. And they'll have to show that that payment's been made by 7 days, then we can run it. We can approve it. And we can get it taken, delivered right to Kirkpatrick Bank. So. That's what will have to happen so that we're not paying interest.
Why can't they just watch? The main account's $50,000. Why can't they watch? Why can't it be automatically paid by the finance office looking at it? Somebody ought to know that they could take a look, see what it is, keep the card balances down. And then if it look.
So I can
Is
just
there a way
go
to
out,
do that?
I can just go out and pay it, but then I have to move money from accounts to account. Because every charge on there gets charged to a certain account.
Oh,
Where's it
not
going?
through a CIC, right?
Right, cause is it coming out of a grant? Is it coming out
Right,
of
understand
sheriff's uniforms? Is it coming out of,
Right.
is it toilet paper for the
Well, I get it.
bathroom
I get
stalls,
it.
right?
But isn't that what you're trying to do is get those account lines up? So it ought to be, if something's charged into for a certain thing, it ought to be able to look at that in the system and pull it out of the right account.
Well, so
Shouldn't
each
Or
department's doing
deposit
that,
to the right account.
but it doesn't go directly from CIC to Kirkpatrick.
No, I get that. It needs to be going to the finance office who cuts a check to get it to Kirkpatrick in
right.
time.
And we
Each month.
we'll have to do that after we get the bill,
Right.
right?
That's exactly right.
But $50,000 is plenty of money.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it should never.
And
Overdrawn.
we're going into Amazon, Ace, wherever we have accounts. And we need to set up accounts, cause that was the old way of doing things before we had credit cards. You set up accounts.
Right.
And you give your tax exempt certificate, cause how much of this stuff are we paying tax on? that we shouldn't be paying tax on,
Mhm.
right? So there's that cost that's been incurring for how long? I don't know. So Jen's getting all the accounts, sending off the tax exempt certificate. We need to start using those.
Right.
But I'm not gonna take the finance department and going, oh, we're close to our limit, we're gonna put $10,000 into it.
No, that's not the point. The point is to get it paid sooner, get it done.
Right. That's exactly the point.
Okay.
We've gotta get it paid off before payments due.
Okay, it's in work, what you're saying.
Anything else, sir?
Before you go on, then I want to go back to the other thing you brought up. You're looking for people. The 200,000 you mentioned, was that per year or per 3 months worth of helping us?
That's per year.
So we're looking, and this goes back to the original request. We need somebody in here now working on the audit. Well, we're in the process of getting a finance director located and brought in and then trained up by that person, whoever's here to help. Okay, so we need to look at the big picture then, like you are, but sooner the better. This is March is coming up. So when the new audit's gonna be due, and we're still working on cleaning up the first audit, right?
So
How's that? That's going fine now, isn't it?
So
That's in progress.
as soon as Vernon is done with the budget items and the end of the year W-2s that gotta go out, then we're gonna relook at every single one of those adjusted journal entries, go through and make sure they were all entered. Whatever wasn't entered, we'll enter, and then I'll have Sam run the report again.
And is that all that's outstanding on the old report then fix?
No, cause so it's either today or tomorrow. Sam was gonna be up to do the audit on road and bridges, all their nuts, bolts, tires, right, all their inventory. And then he was gonna pick up those off of Jen's desk and pick up those leases and then go through those, so.
Like more progress.
So it's a work in progress and it's absolutely, it's taking some time. In the meantime, we're finding other
Yeah.
things, so.
Yeah, we gotta keep the heat on it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, sir, thank you.
You're welcome.
New business. First item is consideration resolution, resolution 2401, adopting the 2024 county budget.
Good morning. Good to see you all again.
Thanks, Vernon.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, sorry, apologize. Yeah.
So we spent a big day Monday doing it, and we spent the rest of the week keeping doing it, and now it's done.
That is the plan. Yes, sir. I have a signature page. There's a blank page in your folder for the signature page, but I have the signature page here for when you're ready to move forward.
And these are the figures with the adjusted mill levy for the general fund.
Yes, sir.
If
These are.
we so vote to do that.
Yes, sir. That's the 9.75. I can rerun this morning if you choose to stay at the 10.245. But these are but what you see before you, it reflects the 9.75 for the general fund.
Okay.
Nothing else changed because they're pretty much restricted funds, or just it wouldn't change that much.
Okay, so let's talk about that then. That's an important piece to approve this, is to understand the mill levy, and this is for the public's benefit as well as our understanding. Everybody's aware of the tax roll from the tax notices you've gotten, the cost of the value of houses have skyrocketed, and the taxes consequently have skyrocketed too. And so the state and the counties are all been working hard ever since July on how to get well on that. The state came up with a lot of fixes that even made it even more jungled and jambled up and harder to understand what was going on. And gave everybody, all the counties, a tax credit of 55,000, I think it was. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna quote the numbers, but they did that before they gave it to the assessors to start their job. And they also did some other things in special meetings, and there's still a tiger team that the state has put together. They call it that, to figure out what to do for the future and for now. To worry about the inflation that's going on, et cetera, et cetera.
So it's a property tax commission.
Property taxes issues, what we got. So what we're trying to do is to help the citizens best that the county can. You do it by getting all the data together, and then you try your best to see if there's anything we can possibly do to float the mill levies. And there was a bill passed back in December. It makes it, counties have always had that ability to do that, except for, not always, but for 12 years or more. And a lot of counties have been doing it, depending on needs of the county and emergencies, things that they needed to do for the citizens, and they float them down. And if it's a temporary float, and the word temporary is key here, and I was cautioned when we started researching this and working with the state and our representatives, the state Senate and the state representatives on this, that if you don't say temporary, it becomes permanent. Los Animas County had a terrible time a year ago when they floated them down, and they just said, let's reduce it. Never said temporarily. So what does that mean? It means if you want to bring it back to where it was, you have to go back to the people to let them vote, let it go back up to where it was. Or, just like it would be with any tax, you have to go to the people if you're going to ask for more funding. So we have all the steps have been followed by our finance office and our and Vernon working many hours overtime to look at options. And so have the other tax districts. It's important to hear that too. This is not just the county's one of the 11 tax districts. Each one has the ability to float a mill levy down also, up or down. Each district, and there's, in this case, there's the library, there's the fire department, there's the medical center, there's the school, et cetera. Several of them have done it. The school actually, and I don't know what the final number was. Haven't heard yet. I don't know if you've gotten anything on that.
No, sir.
I asked JD yesterday, hey, they hadn't sent it in, but they did. They already published the fact they're doing one. I think they're going 2 down. I'm not sure, but we'll know. 2 mills down, and that is significant. Their budget is almost as big as our budget. So it's a significant thing to do that. And each municipality is a taxing district. Towns of Silver Cliff, West Cliff, Wetmore's, not fire department, that's in Fremont County. Right?
What's in Custer County?
Custer County, but
Totally volunteer.
All volunteer, nothing there.
Donation.
And anyway, all of them are in this together. And so we worked hard at it and looked at different options. And it looks like what we can do today, we can float our mill levy down. The total mill levy for the county is 20.245. That's the funds that we have control on. And that's the general fund, the road and bridge, insurance fund, emergency services, Department of Human Services. The general fund is the big one, and that's at 10.245 currently, the levy on it. And then there's the road and bridge has 5, insurance funds 1.5, emergency services is 2, Department of Human Services is 1.5. There are funds you don't want to touch. One of those funds is human services right now. It's possible to do it. We can do that if we wanted to. Trouble is, if you lower human services budget that we have, then the federal and state matches go down too. So that we can't afford to do in today's world that we have right now. So that one we eliminated. The insurance fund, you know why that's up, right? The cost of fixing vehicles and things has increased. The inflation has really hit us. And that was a tough one because it was at 1.5 and it's a $230,000 fund that we have right now. So can't take much out of it at all. So that's why we focused on the general fund. Road and bridge was another thing we didn't want to touch either because we've already squeezed it pretty hard. but it's doing a good job right now and want to keep it doing a good job. So he asked Vernon to take a look at half of what's the total mill down? It's
You basically half a mil. We
Half
moved
a
down
mil.
to 9.75.
right. Now, everybody said that isn't much. If you go through the formula, it turns out that it does give back. How many
$8 per parcel, sir.
That's $8 per parcel. There's 9,000 parcels in this county. Not all of them are eligible to be taxed, but 9,000 of them. And if you split that out and spread it across $8 each, that's a hamburger. But it's something, and it's an effort to show that we care. You know, that we're doing the best we can for you all, for the citizens. So I think it's a good move. There's other counties that are doing the same thing, and if you add our cup of coffee with the schools, and I don't know who else here will know when JD does it, it helps in a bigger picture. The $8 is it? Was it 8 or 16? Was it 8? Was it 4 and 4?
It was 4 for you.
Okay. So that's where it stands right now. And the bottom line would be 19.75 would be our mill levy that JD would work with for the county. And that's what Vernon just
And
pointed out.
that's two items away yet on the. agenda.
Right, and that's down that, and the reason I brought that up is because we have to, in order to approve the budget.
Yeah.
We wanted to-
That's why I didn't.
We wanted to go
interrupt
through
you
it, right?
And stop you.
So now we talk about the big budget numbers. So the numbers are, and I'll turn it back over to you, Kevin.
And we did make some changes the other day that you've got included in this, correct?
Yes, sir. All the changes made in the workshop, suggested in the workshop have been entered, and the new numbers are indicative of that.
Okay, for all the different funds. And I guess that would be, what we'd be looking at, it'd be page 7.
Yes, sir.
And so I'll go down through these different funds, I suppose, and give a beginning. You want me to go through a beginning and an ending balance, or what do you want to hear on these?
Maybe it's what the last year's budget was, that ending number, and then where our ending number is, and then in between, there's funds that have been reconciled, like you just said.
Our totals in that, our ending fund balance is for last year. Total throughout the funds was $5,777,007. Which is our beginning fund balance for this year. And given that with the changes that we made and trimming that we did here now, our ending fund balance is going to be $5,365,734. So that's a difference of a little over 400,000, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Right, Dan.
So we went down in our projected fund balances here for this year. One of the biggest hits that we took is road and bridge is basically right at 400,000, if I'm not mistaken, correct? 823, 459 to their fund balance then would be 341.
460,000.
Projected fund balance.
450,000. And
Thank you, sir.
do you have anything you'd like to say on that, sir?
Uh,
Any of this?
Well, my question, where did we want to go from here? There are breakouts of the entire fund starting on the next page.
Before you do that, let
I
me
didn't know.
quick general comment. It's important for everybody to understand it's important to end up with a positive balance at the end of the year. We ended up with a positive balance, $5,777,000, and executed the everything that we needed to do that we projected last year. Same is true here. We're gonna end up with a positive balance. By law, then you're supposed to have no less than 3% of that budget left. At the end of the year, you gotta stay positive. You can never go negative, and so that's what you keep your eye on here. And so we got a pretty, 3%, several $100,000, but so we're good, we're very good right there. It allows us, this budget right now, even though you hear the road and bridge, we hit hard during the year. If there's a problem that comes up during that, and we can't absorb it within the road and bridge, you can't take money out of road and bridge, but you can sure put money in. It can be donations, it can be budgets moved out of these other lines that are allowed to move them. And so with some, and one of our big lines is capital improvement. It's got a ending balance. It's actually improved. We start the year with 528,000 there. Projected with all the tweaks that we did during our budget talks, it projected it to 759,000 at the end of the year. And that's taking into account things like we need a roof on the courthouse building and fixing all the equipment that we need to fix, infrastructure stuff. So that's gives me comfort that that we've got a good budget started here, and I think it's I think you did a good job, Brennan. We
Thank you,
really
sir.
tweaked it hard.
I do appreciate all the work that you've done on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
to make it happen. And we've been carrying a contingency fund that was put in many years ago. It's never been hit. And that's always been 118,000, and we're using that as we had that in fact, about 5.
If you reference page 4 regarding, or excuse me, the page 3 regarding the contingency fund. In the past, the contingency fund is the act of God fund.
Yeah.
And it's been, that wording is, goes back significantly in the budgets.
Yep.
So the self-insurance fund ended up being. We weren't gonna pull enough revenue in off of the mill levy tax line
Right.
to fund it. So we can't approve a budget, of course, being in the red, so we pulled money out of the contingent fund. To prop that up. To so that we had money in that fund, so we didn't end up being in the red on that.
And then as we go through the year, if the insurance is not getting hit, then we can put money back into that if we want to, or not. Or we can opt to put it in anyway, if we want more money.
Or look for savings along the way to put that money, like $6,000 in interest that we've been paying on a credit card.
Yeah, and the other thing to understand too, we're starting a new process that we haven't been doing for many years. We're gonna review the budget every quarter and and monthly. Lucas would be looking at all of them to make sure people are either spending it or not, or whether there's a problem in one fund or the other. And if somebody's underspending and they're not gonna need that money, then we will move that money to a fund that does. That's what businesses do. That's what the government does. You use it or lose it, in effect. Which is not a bad thing if you need to take care of the corporation or the county business at large. So it's a good process that we've got started, and we'll be doing that. And then a mid-year, that will be a significant one, because we'll see, you sure don't want to end up not with many more dollars. You guys, the citizens of the county, give us money to use for the services we provide. We need to provide all the services we can. We don't want to, we're not in the business of putting it in the bank. We can spend it on the roads and on infrastructure and on the human services we need. So I think this is great. I mean, we got a good start for the new year.
I would mention that we did start a quarterly check
Right.
last year.
Yeah, we started the quarterly check last year.
I don't believe we got the last quarter because of the situation.
This is what we had. And that's
So so the money to prop up I'm hearing that the money came out of that 118,000 to prop up that self-insurance.
We pulled 35,000 out of it
Okay.
to prop up self-insurance. So we weren't. So I didn't end up in the red.
Yeah, because there's no way we could do that. Are you guys wanting to go through this, section by section? Or are you wanting to do that today?
Well, we did the section by section, not in.
I guess I'll ask the audience a question as to what specifically would you like to see, or what would you like? What do you want? Go ahead, Deb.
I have a concern about the lodging and tourism line. The last report I received at the end of December, after our checks were cut, showed a balance of 111,000. So I'm not quite sure why it's saying 87,000 is our beginning fund for 2024, when I saw 111,000.
Okay. I'll look into it, find out what's going on there.
You know, Brian,
So these numbers change once we go through our audit. They're the numbers that I was able to pull from our previous year. They're doing a review of the history of these the budget presentations. These numbers vary based off of audits and end of year adjustments. So we have not gone through the end of year adjustments. So these ending fund balances from 2023 that you see in the first four columns are going to change slightly once we go through our end of year. But the end of year, this was priority over end of year. So I will work on end of year starting next week.
And that is true, and I made that statement to him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Benny. We'll look into it then. This is, Mr. Parker.
A question on a comment that Commissioner Campbell made. About 3% surplus is required. Could you give more detail on that?
that's the only one. I called Sam specifically on that to make sure that's what it was, because I've heard that before. And he said that you know, that's the bottom line. And if it goes, if for whatever act of God takes us beyond that, and we lose, and we're smart, we're being smarter than that, we're not gonna ever take it down to $200,000 at the end of the year. But and that's why it's important to have these budget reviews to keep it up. And in my view, we had been carrying a couple million.
So you're saying that 3% of the total budget is required to be a surplus at the end of the year,
That's
a
correct.
minimum of 3%.
Yes, that's good.
And that accumulates every year. Is that correct?
It doesn't
No.
accumulate, it's just 3%. So we could spend down in the ending fund, and some of what's in the ending fund is restricted funds. So it'd be for landfill closure, what we have to have in for landfill closure, and other requirements that are by state law. So those figures in that last 5.367, there's restricted funds.
They're
we can't
embedded in that.
access other than per certain items. So really, our 3% has to stay on top of those restricted funds themselves. So. But yeah, 3% isn't a lot. $360,000 on 13 million.
You see, and that's
That's peanuts.
How much of that is restricted? Do you have that number?
on this one here. The landfill is the biggest one.
It's over $1 million in
Right,
restricted
right, I
funds.
missed that.
I don't know what the total breakout is. I'd like to get that. And if I can get it, I'll report back to you. I can't get it, but I'll get back to you. What's restricted in
Yeah,
that money?
maybe it's just my fuzzy math, but 5 million out of 13 million is more like 40%.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's right.
I'm not understanding where the 3% comes.
3% underneath in that amount, right?
Yeah, we want to carry it anyway, like we said, there's funds that we have to carry over year to year. Like the landfill, if we had to close it.
Okay,
Vernon, you had something there?
thank you.
That last line, the ending fund balance, is not including on top of the restricted funds, which are actually in the audit. That last line can never be below 3% of the yearly expenses, plus the restricted funds. So
Right.
while it looks like 40%, it's probably closer to 30% of the yearly expense. So as of this year, we are still golden in our cash reserves.
I would comment on the road and bridge, because in all actuality, the last 3 years now, they have gone down, they have pulled out of their reserve fund right at 400,000 each year. They've only got 400,000 left now. They do not have the revenue coming in that they need to have. We do it again next year, they're at zero.
Means we'll have to add
And,
to it.
so there are certain funds that are a concern and, you know, I would like to see the road and bridge end of year be back at about 1 million, because it doesn't take long to go through a lot of money in a heartbeat there. You know, you have a grader that you end up having to buy, something shells out or something, you're talking 600,000 right there. And, so, we're not in the business of saving money, but we can't have a zero line, because we also have to allow for emergencies and contingencies. So, and that was just one I pulled out for an example. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, John Van Dorn, yeah, I'm looking at this and just from experience of running businesses. This is 2 data points. And Kevin just pointed out, he's got more data points in his head of the continuing loss in road and bridge. One of the things I did when I did turnarounds is I would look at 5 years of financials, because financials are usually just a snapshot in time, and they don't give you really any management information to go forward. But if you plot them as a 5-year trend, then you can see what's going on.
Right.
And I think that's something that's missing here. I would do the same things for sources of funds to see what's been happening over time. It will be extremely illuminating for the BOCC. As I look at this is basically uses of funds at a macro scale, if you will. And the thing that pops out for me here is emergency services and sharp increase in expenses. So that would be a question I would have from the audience. Where did that come from? Maybe it makes more sense if I'm looking at 5 years rather than, you know, last year and this year's projected. So
Actually, we did look at that, and that's a perfect example, because it was posting along, and then it took a knee up during COVID was one of the reasons. And then more fires had happened and some other things that happened, and the population's grown. We've got 850 more housing citizens paying now in the county. Population's growing. It's gonna get more. And unfortunately, the roads, you know, take money, and we get a lot of money for the road and bridge, as you know, comes from a restricted fund from the state.
yeah, my question was about emergency services.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
So if I may, you're absolutely correct. This is an aggregate. The rest of the budget is the functional breakout going back to 2020. So you are getting a larger snapshot, a larger picture. The increase in emergency services is, you'll notice both the revenue and the expenses increased, because there are expected EMPG grants, hazard mitigation grants, and certain things that are going to be coming into the county to help us deal with fires, to deal with emergencies. And those are reflected by the revenue itself in the revenue lines when we actually publish this. So all that data will be there and available, sir.
So the expense side of that is to match the grant, and then the revenue side is what he's talked about on the grant itself.
So when this is published, hearing,
Yeah,
I would have 5 years on both sources and uses of
At
funds.
least 4.
You would have 4 on this one, but everything is available. All of the budgets for the last thousand years are available online. And you can actually see the entire progression.
And when we, you just got the snapshot page. While we were working this the other day, we do go back and Vernon stated to 2020. And we went through the actuals on those. So we had that information.
And we questioned every increase that was abnormal. That wasn't just an inflation issue.
Vern, do you,
Yes, sir.
I'm not finding the expenses for emergency service.
It's
Look
going
at so
to
many
be,
numbers, I can't remember.
it's gonna be on page 47. Well, beginning page 46 and 47.
Yeah, emergency service.
Those are expenses.
Okay, yep, 46.
Remember, focus on the number in the middle, not the number at the end.
And so,
Right.
and in the past, we haven't grabbed a hold of how we executed the grants as clean. This county has about 50% tax, 50% grants. And as in any business, if you don't have the money, people go away, their services go away. So we watch the grants do the same thing, just like I said, it's important to watch the trends on that too. And understand what's funded by that, the salaries as well as the other thing, hardware, whatever.
So the emergency services fund is both dispatch, emergency dispatch out of Freecom, and then ROEF.
And
So,
then,
and emergency dispatch has taken pretty good increase every year, 5 to 6%. And now we are, so that's taken a pretty good increase on us.
right at $70,000 this year is gonna be our increase for dispatch. In 67.
Well, don't go over those with those current actuals, because those actuals haven't been adjusted.
Okay,
And for the 23 year.
It's gonna be an increase of $17,000.
okay, so I was looking wrong. You've been patient with us here, go ahead.
Yeah, Rob Clark from Centennial Ranch. I just got a question. What you're doing now is also part of the mill levy. Is that the way I'm understanding this?
We're gonna talk about mill levies, but this budget is based with that mill levy taken,
Right, well, my concern is, and I'll.
floated down, I should say.
Okay, well, I'll speak for the Centennial Ranch, and you talk about emergency services here. Do you guys take into consideration what we pay as citizens in the Centennial Ranch, because we really have no emergency services per se out there? I got a letter here from the Wood Mountain Fire District. They can't even get on our damn ranch in the freaking winter time and certain other times where the roads are totally unsatisfactory. And, they're aware of, I think it was a year or two ago that they had a emergency come out that way and the vehicle couldn't even get in. They actually got stuck going to the emergency. So I just want to make sure you guys are taking that in consideration while we ain't got to pay out our butt. Not that we're paying a lot, but just the point taken that why are we paying for services that we really don't freaking have? 365 days a year. So that's my concern.
And the problem, Rob, and you know it, is,
Without a shadow of a doubt, I know it.
you know what the problem is.
Right, but it's also your responsibility
No,
as the commission is,
Make, right,
you know what I'm saying, to make sure that we are taken care of, and we are not taken care of.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I think this is James Gilbert. I think, I should be saving this for a comment after a motion, but I do have a concern about the use of an act of God fund to correct accounting issues. It strikes me as pulling 35,000 out of a contingent fund simply to keep things positive. Is kind of kicking things down the road rather than looking at the budget, expenses and revenues and using and going from there. So it grates on me to use a contingent / act of God fund to just simply fix accounting issues.
go ahead, Vernon.
Vernon wanted to respond to.
The self-insurance fund reflects the funds that we as a county pay for insurance coverages. And we're seeing an unprecedented increase in those funds. in those expenditures, and they're required. They are not something that we could negotiate. They are going to come out, and they're going to come out at the numbers that we're looking at here. And so this is essentially utilizing funds that have never been utilized before until we can figure out how to move funds from other departments, or excuse me, other funds, until we can move monies from other funds into that fund to help make that solvent.
Let me try something too.
So we did talk to Sam DiNardo
Well,
about
that
it,
makes sense.
and it was the easiest thing to do in the time frame that we had.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And we can always-
Rather than,
Right.
reducing the expenses on capital improvement.
Right, and we can always have that option, Jim. And-
Yeah, I understand. I get it.
And also, I want to point out something. Well, we've always had a headache with this contingent fund. We've always ignored it. It's a misnomer too, because it was invented a long time ago and cost for a lot less, right? And 118,000 never got increased, never decreased, except one time. Sam told me some of the history. And they put in $50,000 and it never has been touched again. So it was just a way of the commissioners at the time and us now, we can do away with it. We only need to call it a contingency fund because we're obligated to balance the budget and keep it to 3% anyway. So it's not bad to have a pool like that we can manipulate, and we debated on, we don't need to call it an act of God fund. It's a,
It's select funds.
it's a slush fund. And that's bad because, like I said, we don't want to have slush funds. We need to spend your money on the services that we have to provide. So that's why we,
No, I like Vernon's explanation.
all right.
It does appear that the contingent fund used to be a mill levy line item on property taxes. And that's been zeroed for a long time. I haven't been able to find history yet going back far enough as to when that contingency went from a mill levy line to not having,
Right.
down to zero.
It was like any other fund, they all have mill levy associated with it. This one got zero for whatever reason.
Now, something that I've been thinking about is if that's an actual contingent fund and we're required by Colorado revised statutes to have that, then why isn't the 3% in our contingent fund? Why don't we just put in
We could.
our 3% of our budget in there, and then everybody knows it's very clear as to that contingent fund is our 3%. We show it, everybody can see it, it's very transparent.
That's something we can do.
It's always there in your other numbers, you don't have.
That way you don't have to be saying, well, let me go recalculate this and figure out where we are.
We've actually
Too much time.
not used it in situations when it very well could have been, Road and Bridges ate a lot of things dealing with, some of these fires, and, the flooding afterwards. And they paid for it out of their own budget rather than, this is something we probably could have pulled those monies out of to help with that.
Before, and then we would have something back, which we would.
But they have ate it on their end, basically.
So processes and procedures and policies are changing, and we're learning as we go along. That's good.
I'm gonna let you ask one more, because we're just kind of in discussion here on this.
Yeah, and I'm double dipping, sorry.
Not a problem, go ahead.
Who the heck are you?
I know. Does it make sense? I mean, based on what Kevin said, that the ending fund for Road and Bridge is probably gonna be wiped out this year based on history. Does it make sense to transfer some money out of the general fund into the Road and Bridge fund to give that Road and Bridge fund, the cushion it's probably going to need?
But that's what I said up front. When we look at it on these reviews, we always have that option, and we're not gonna let it go down. We can't let it
You
sink.
can't.
We could, but we're not gonna do it.
So if you look at Road and Bridge line, the ending fund there, the 823, we took that down roughly $400 and some thousand to make up.
Make it positive.
Make it positive.
Which projected for their ending balance this year then.
Or do we have another $300,000 to make up?
We need to separate, the ending line there is cash on hand,
Yeah,
is the cash in the fund.
I got you.
And so the beginning line is the cash at the beginning of the year. And so when you look at the revenue versus expenses, the revenue that we're going to bring in is going to be $430,000 less than what we are
The projected
bringing in.
revenue.
And so that's why we dip into our cash fund at that point. We are not
I
negative,
got you.
but we are unbalanced in our revenue versus expenses.
So at the end of the year, we should have cash 341 left over. But next year, going into next year, yeah, absolutely, we'll have to prop it up.
That's it.
If everything goes as projected.
So yeah, that is a concern.
But thank you, John.
I move we accept the budget as presented.
Well, we kind of have to accept the setting of the county mill levy.
Well,
Accept
maybe we
the-
got it out of order then.
We do have it out of order.
I think we should have adjusted the agenda, shouldn't we? And we
This
did.
is the order that it's always been done in, so that's
That's
why.
why, but
why
really,
everything
never
goes
adjusted
like this. Yes.
Okay,
We never adjusted it before for the mill levies. Wasn't an issue.
And the resolution for the mill levy states that the commissioners have set their budget.
okay. Well,
Uh,
stand corrected.
so. But it's a good point. Because
Goes backwards.
if you don't know what your income is, it's hard to say.
So that's okay, I guess, because if we don't accept the mill levy, we can just go back to it. The budget's the budget.
Yeah, if we don't adopt it, the budget, it just goes, the mill levies get, well, I guess if we don't adopt. If we don't reset the mill levies, they just end up being what they're gonna be. State just says, this is what they were last year, this is what they're gonna be this year. Gotcha. Okay,
So this would be good to accept it as it is.
well, I moved to adopt the 2024 county budget.
I'll second it.
All righty, so motion change sides here. No,
Okay.
well, you had
We'll let
a
him
question that, so anyhow, we have a motion and a second. Regardless of the order, you can put it in the order you want, I guess, to adopt resolution 24-01 to adopt the county budget as presented here. With the mill levies as, would you like to include with the mill levies as adopted later, or because we have a question on that? To your point, are we out of order?
I don't think you need to do that.
Okay, so, if depending on the mill levies that we set, it will change.
The bottom
this
line
page,
stays the same, but then
basically, right?
It will change that page and the previous page,
Okay,
which I can recalculate and crunch the numbers and before the end of the meeting, if you want.
so.
Yeah.
Okay, so any further discussion on adopting resolution 24-01?
no, sir.
Okay, been a lot of discussion, public comment. Let me check online. I did not have online pulled up there. I don't guess we had any hands up really.
I just
Yeah.
want, I spoke to Vern last week, I just want to verify that the tourism budget as we present it was approved.
Tourism budget did not change for many of the figures that you gave us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No hands online. So that being the case, those in favor of adopting resolution 24-01 to adopt the county budget, signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
If
And
you
did you
would
want the bottom
sign
line,
there,
Kelly? Did you want the amount on the bottom line of that?
No,
Okay.
I will be giving Kelly a document as soon as we're done here. As soon as I enter that into the system, I will get that to you.
And again, thank you for all of your work and,
Sir,
thank you
I'm
for
glad I could
everything
do
you're
it.
doing.
thank you for what?
I was telling Jen, thank you for all of her work as well here, so. Next item on our agenda would be the consideration of
Thank
resolution
you, sir.
24-02, appropriating money to the various funds. Second here. You guys are pulling that up.
Can I ask something real quick here? Sure. What else am I involved with in this meeting today?
I don't think anything's good.
Okay, all right.
Thank
I
you.
will process this and post it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, resolution 24-02, gentlemen, you have two options in your packet here today. First option would be if the mill levies.
I believe the second one is the one that you're probably gonna want, because that was with the adjusted figures that Bill and Vernon gave to me yesterday that are in the budget that you just
Yeah.
approved.
Okay. So that would make the first one null and void.
The one
or-
with the less numbers, because it's the revenue coming in,
Okay,
and so it's the ones with the smaller numbers.
okay. And I was assuming we still needed to make this choice. So, and if we decided to go with the old revenues, that Vernon would be able to adjust that in that budget. Is what we just discussed.
It would, but I think you had to do that.
He's gonna run.
Approve
So we
right.
should have done the mill levies first.
Well,
No,
And-
no,
Okay,
you're doing the appropriation, you're doing that.
appropriating money of various funds.
Yeah, so if you look at that, if you still have a copy of the budget,
yes,
so if you look at page 4, maybe 3 or 4. And it will tell you what the revenues are gonna be. You want the one that's gonna match the one that, which I believe for the general fund is the 6.128. See what I'm talking about,
yes.
but in your budget. You see, is that,
Page 7. Top lines.
Yeah,
General 24 budgeted revenue.
yeah, should be kind of to the right.
Okay.
The revenue is 6 million, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6.128,
Yeah.
road and bridge, 2.35,
That's it.
385, yeah.
So I would have a question here then, if we end up going with the larger mill levies, that would change this resolution as well as the budget. So should we address 2403, the mill levies first, so that we don't have to redo everything if we decide to go the other direction?
Possibly, yes.
So my question
Either
is,
way.
here at the table, would you gentlemen like to
He's gotta
address the mill
rerun it
levies
either
first,
way.
or would you like to do the appropriations first?
I think we need to set the county mill levies. What it did is it backed us into a corner.
You're kind of in a weird spot.
Well,
because
And he
Yeah, we
said we
should've-
can redo it. We
I
can,
think,
let's adopt it. He said he's got time to do it if we don't approve the mill levy, so we can get him on it right away.
and I think where we're at, it never had an issue in the past because we only had one option sitting in front of us. And we're all the same.
Okay, so pull up the mill levy.
So if you gentlemen are good with it, we will address resolution 2403 before we do 2402.
And you could you could make the mill levy resolution 2302. I could make that change.
Since we're passing it.
Yeah, go
first,
ahead.
I would think that would be prudent.
And then I'll rerun it afterwards and have you guys sign that.
Okay,
2402 that we're pulling up.
so you're actually pulling up the one that
Oh, three,
says
setting
03
it
on your
down.
paperwork. It will now be 2402. And then the appropriation of sums of money will be 03.
Okay, so I gotta find that. What is that? Yeah. Was that given to us with the,
She sent it just
That was
yesterday.
yeah, I sent it late yesterday and then the corrected one this morning.
okay, so it's the small.
The corrected one has the smaller amount.
There, okay, I got it. It was 2403, what we're looking at.
Yes.
Okay, so the only
Okay.
change on this was the 9.75, so we,
Yeah, so you do have two of them in your packet, one with, the existing 10.245 mill levy. And then you have another one, another option with the 9.75 on the general fund. That is the only changes to that. That is a change of almost 5.5 mil.
half of that.
0.495.
Okay, so I'll make the motion. I move we pass what we said. Resolution 2403,
In which form?
Make it
adjusting the mill levy down to 9.75. So are we
And
gonna
you're
call
gonna
that
make
a resolution 02?
Yes.
That would be
Okay,
okay.
2402, all mill levies and the general fund mill levy at 9.75.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion.
Okay, so what this does, passing this, then JD will need all, from this meeting, he'll need this resolution. And it also includes a certification of tax levies. And it provides for a tax credit. It's a temporary general property tax credit that'll be added back into it, and that's where the refund comes back and lowers the tax to the property owners by that amount we discussed. And all that's prepared to go forward if we pass this.
Any from you, sir?
No, sir, I don't have any more comments.
Given our prior discussion on the budget and where some of these funds to where we are moving backwards, I question this some because of the amount of help it will actually give to the taxpayers and the benefit versus the impact it has on our budget as well. Is my question. I understand why we want to do this. But it almost turns out to be, well, like I said, with 9,000 parcels, it averages out to $8 a parcel. Granted, people with the higher tax bill, it will affect, they will get a greater benefit out of it. So I do question it some. I'm not against it, but I do question it. Anything else from up there?
No, I don't have anything else other than what the last statement is important that you made, that it's not gonna be $8 and that's it. It's gonna be dependent on what your tax bill is, more or less.
Yeah.
You get more, you'll get less.
They make,
And
that's an average.
right, and I also wanted to point out that it'll also be additive to what the school system's reducing the tax bill by about the same amount. So it's more just the pittance, I think. It's a good thing to do best we can. And our budget does close and we've got an adequate budget. That's all I need.
Anything from you yet? Nothing, sir. Okay. Public comment. Yes, sir.
Yes. Excuse me, is some of these funds coming back from the table? Is that?
It's already included. So
It's
that's
already in there.
yeah. And your bill's gonna be a lot less, not just this. We're not talking just this. The whole thing's been impacted by what the state has done. Like I said, there's a $55,000 credit already been given across everybody's bill, period. But at the state level, that was included in what JD took to calculate this, as well as other things that he did.
Any other public comment?
So we have to thank JD for this and not you guys, is that what you're saying?
You can sure do that anytime you want, because
Okay.
he worked hard. Cause all he's ever heard from everybody is my tax bill's too high. Go
That's
thank
a
you.
lie.
So JD's been doing a lot of work. Vernon, who just left, has put in an awful lot of work, as well as Jen has been pulling numbers up, I believe, as well. So,
They'd actually extended the deadline. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be done last year, and he did it last year.
We appreciate it.
then this gentleman over here has put in
Yeah.
an awful lot of work on
Luke's
this
done a
as well.
great job, Tim.
So thank you, sir. Anything else? Not seeing anyone online.
Right.
Oh, I looked down too quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, way too quick. John Van Dorn, once again. When I look at this, I have to agree, on average, it's a trivial amount. The other thing, as we look at the population of this county and the huge number of second homes, and second and third homes and investor-owned properties, which tend to be higher in value. We're giving tax relief to seasonal residents that don't even vote. And then we have another population that are stressed, and we have the numbers for that. I don't have them on my head right now. And by stressed, I mean they're paying 30, 40, 50% of their annual income in mortgage payments. And then you add on top of this huge increase in property tax. Those are the people that are going to be served the less from this policy. They're the ones that are going to get $8, which will hardly make a difference in their lives. The out-of-state property owner of a third home that's worth $2 million is going to get the biggest benefit from this. So it seems unbalanced to me. And I'm wondering if there's another way to address that inequity rather than a blanket drop in mill levy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John.
Anyone else before I look in? Would you like?
I actually comment as a taxpayer and not the clerk of the board.
I will let you, because you are a tax-paying citizen in this county, I will let you do that.
I am a little nervous about this going down. I get what you're trying to do. But I think that, I mean, as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay any more taxes, but the amount that it's gonna save me is not gonna, I'm not gonna lose my home over having to pay the amount that I'm gonna have to pay. And I've worked for the county for 32 years. In the last 6 or 8 years, it's been a struggle to get the budget done every year, because we do have more population and expenses have gone up and, I think for the most part, most of us try to, spend wisely. But, you're giving up some money here that you could really use right now. And, Los Animas County is a perfect example. For 2 years, they had to cut their staff back to half staff, and they were open to the public only 2 days a week. For 2 years, they had to do that because they got in the same pickle. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Can you
Just
respond?
a thought.
That's a good point, Kelly. I mentioned Los Animas. That was a bit different because it was a big cut they made. And they didn't have the provision to put it up. We have that. We're not, this is we're required to take a look and we can put it right back up. But that's good.
Well, that's brought up, like I said, I was concerned as well, and part of that, we spoke about the road and bridge. That's one of the funds. As a rule, our reserves are getting smaller and smaller. We're tapping into them to make our to balance our budget every year. And to the point to where probably not too far in the distant future, we're gonna have to try to ask for an increase, not a decrease, just to continue the services that we are expected to provide. And so that, that's a big concern for me.
Kelly, out of curiosity, when would the board have to approach you to make a mill levy adjustment above what the mills are set at to go out for voter approval?
That would probably have to start a process. I mean, you wouldn't have to let me know until
Gotta get on the
July
back.
or August, but you're gonna have to start that process February or March.
And what inflation does.
James.
Yeah, James Gilbert, Kelly's comment goes back to what I said when this first came up, which is the taxes going up are direct response to the value of the property going up. And as long as the value of the property is there, it is an asset for the taxpayers that they have access to. So at some level, the increase in taxes should be expected because the property owners are reaping the benefit thereof. And and it doesn't mean that you have to sell your house to reap the benefit, of course not. You can do equity access processes and whatnot, but we are, in a sense, losing the opportunity to increase county revenues based upon the reality of the economics of the county, which is everybody's property is more valuable. And it strikes me as odd that I don't want to call, I guess you'd call them sunbirds, not snowbirds that come here in the summer, get a significant break from this type of process. So, and I don't think you have the freedom to do adjusted mill changes. The mill is the mill is the mill type of thing. You don't have to start applying surtaxes for vacation homes, but at any rate, it still strikes me as weird that we look at increased property values as a bad thing.
Let me.
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing him because I got other comments going on in the crowd, so if we could keep that down, please. Are you still?
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hearing some other, and it's hard, makes it hard to
That
hear
wasn't
you.
me.
I know.
I don't talk and stare.
Okay,
Jim, yeah,
so if we could please keep that down.
Jim, let me talk.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll address what you say. You're right on the money, and every year the assessor accounts for that value increase, and it affects everybody, right? 3%, 6%, whatever the property values go up. That's why you get an adjusted bill every year on your, always surprised that taxes are more. This year was an anomaly, and it may be a bubble, it may not be, we'll have to see. And that's why the state, I mean, we're not the only ones. This isn't Custer County taking this, well, we're gonna do this ourselves. Everybody's doing this, and they did it at the state level initially and said, all right, we're gonna knock everybody down 55 grand. That same guy that has a summer home got his 55,000 too. So we're trying that because in some cases, and even in this county, there is properties I'm aware of, a person that owns 10 properties that rental properties and other things. His increase in the tax alone was $1 million, just the increase. You can't make it on the rent that you can charge here. And so anything they did, and this 55,000 is going to help them a bunch. I don't know if it's going to save any businesses up here or not, but it might not. That's why I feel it's as every taxpayer in the state's trying to accommodate this economy that's been created that's caused this to happen. So we'll have to see. That's why that's a good thing, year to year. I mean, we're not suggesting an increase in front thing that's going to be strapped with another vote. It's a thing that we can look at and change immediately next year. So I think it's doing our part and couple that with the other taxing districts that can do a little bit too. You know, little cups end up being a big cup, but maybe it isn't going to help much to a guy that has a lot of money. And it may help somebody that doesn't, you know, may shift. So anyway, that's my generic comment, but thanks for the point.
Well, just in response to what you said, I have little sympathy for someone who has 10 properties and their tax goes up $1 million.
Well, then he goes out of business. And see, what you don't want to do, you don't want to drive the taxpayers out of the county.
Yeah.
Or, you know, you're right.
Okay, yeah, well. Go ahead.
I think that this is really a great discussion. A lot of us that live here are in this boat where we may be taxed out of our homes at some point in the future. It's happened before in Colorado, and I think now is probably a great time for you guys to start looking at possibilities on what we can do next year. Obviously this year it's a little late, but it is something that we need to address. We talk about the school teachers, the people in healthcare that are here having a hard time even buy a house because they can't even afford to get in. And if they do get in, they can't pay the taxes. So it is something that I think we need to address at some point. And obviously sooner the better, but probably not this year.
It is a tough situation because the cost have went up for everybody.
Yeah, but people getting started, goodness,
I know,
they're moving to Oklahoma.
it's a rock and a hard spot. Jack,
I would like to offer a rebuttal to the snowbirds, sunbirds, part-time owners. I believe in reality, we need to be thankful for them because they're paying an equal amount of taxes, but they're only here part of the year to use the services or deteriorate the roads, or so they're only a burden part of the year to the county, but they're paying full taxes like everybody else that lives here all year. So I don't think we should be condemning them for helping us pay for a year's worth of services when they're only here a few months. Some of them only here a few weeks out of the year. I really don't think we should condemn them for increasing our budget.
Good point.
thank you, sir. Okay, not seeing anybody else here. Not seeing any hands online. So we have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 24-02. a resolution to set the mill levies, and that would be the mill levy on the general fund at 9.750. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I will vote aye. That motion carries.
And then I'll change that and then I'll bring it back over and you guys sign that change.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess we don't need to sign that because she just said she's gonna change the number on it. Sorry about that.
And take a break, sir.
Yes, we'll take a short recess.
So
All right, the time is now 10:33 a.m. I will reconvene this BOCC meeting. Our next item on the agenda will be resolution 24-03, which will be a resolution to appropriate sums of money. And given the actions we just took, gentlemen, you'll be looking at the one with the general fund at $6,128,684. Road and bridge at $2,385,162. $0 for contingent fund. $290,205 for the insurance fund. $57,100 for the conservation trust fund. Capital improvement fund will be $1,345,000. Lodging and tourism fund, $91,000. Emergency services fund, $547,358. Airport fund, $96,800. And the human services fund, $727,205.
I move we adopt resolution 2403. Resolution to appropriate sums of money.
I would second that motion. Discussion.
Yeah. Those are all in our budgets.
Yeah.
Right.
Hearing none here at the table, public comment. Hearing none and seeing none. Those in favor of adopting resolution 2403, a resolution to appropriate sums of money in the amounts listed, signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carried. And we'll wait for the new copy on that as well. Sir.
can I just make a comment on all of this? It'll take me just 1 minute. But I just wanted to point out one thing, being here in the community for a good many years myself. When I first moved here, almost 60% of all the money that came into the county went to fund our school. Now, 60% of the money that came in from vacant land, people that own properties outside of the area, was 60%. So those vacant land people, if you take a look at it in this light, paid for the school. Then the next one is, of course, your commercial. And then you got your residential, and then you got your agriculture. But the vacant land in those days, that's what it was. My point being is, we kind of take a look back a little bit and see where it came from. And you guys, when you're doing the budgets, was in your shoes, you're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir. Appreciate it. Our next item would be the consideration of managing commissioner appointments. And you have the list that we, as it was made up a month and a half ago. That is the existing list.
Okay, and is it on the, when did you send that, Kelly?
Friday.
With that big bundle.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Find it?
Yeah.
You have it.
Yeah, I got it.
You have it, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would open it up for discussion here at the table then first. See if you guys are happy with what you have. what we put together then, or if you want to make some tweaks, what's the pleasure?
I wouldn't mind giving up a couple. And I'm not
I
talking
would
about finance or,
Yeah.
or tourism board or Custer County Kids Council, since I'm the only one still with children at home. Or the attainable housing. And there's not a whole lot of work with useful public service. I'm more than willing to give that one. Let another commissioner deal with that, as well as the weed board. I'm probably the least versed of us three in that arena. And that definitely needs some focus, and I have dropped many balls in that court of that board to deal with the finance end of things.
Well, and I only at the present time have 4 on my list.
Figure out.
So if you would like. If you would like, I would be willing to take both of those unless you wanted one of
No, I
them.
think that's great.
And that would
I'm happy with what I got there.
even us out a little bit more.
So you're gonna take weed
Yeah.
board and what?
I think you said useful public service. Where's that at on your list? Oh, I'm looking at
Second
the
that.
wrong one. Okay. I was looking on your list and
No.
couldn't find it.
No.
So that would, move the weed board and useful public service. And if you would like, I would take those on.
Okay, thank you.
Could you make those adjustments and get me a list? I would like to sit down with you and go over what you have on the weed board for sure, because I know there's issues there and trying to deal with Fremont County now and seeing if we can even see the board or if we need to become one. So.
Okay, I move we accept the managing commissioner list as a modified by moving those 2 up to Kevin.
Second. Just further discussion.
That's-
No, sir.
I would just say thank you for all of your efforts. I know you have jumped into the quagmire, for lack of a better word, I guess there, so.
No problem.
Just thank you for that. Let me make my notes here. I do have a motion on the floor, to approve the managing commissioner list as modified here today. Would you like to hear what we have on our lists now before, I'm kind of looking at the audience here, if you would like to hear what we have on our plates.
Yes,
Okay, I'll do that, and then I'll open it up for public comment before we have a vote. So myself would have planning and zoning, human services, road and bridge, and the extension, as well as useful public service now and weed board. Commissioner Kanda would have emergency management, landfill, the BOCC admin and PIO, airport, broadband program, fair board, human resources, veterans services, and public health. And Commissioner Epp will have the IT, grounds and maintenance, custodial, recycling, kids council, tourism board, finance, and workforce housing. Can we change that to workforce?
Yeah, I'll change that.
Thank you. Public comment before we vote. Deb,
so what does it mean by each commissioner having these boards or commissions? What is expected of the commissioners to serve as such?
basically, it makes us the liaison to these boards or offices. And So we don't get in there into the nitty gritty on them, but if there are issues that we can deal with on a day-to-day basis, we do that. Such as the tourism board, make the meetings that we can, kids council, to stay abreast of what's going on. I know that does not always happen. There's a lot of times, a certain one, I believe when I was tourism, it coincided with, I believe my COG meetings all the time. And, I prioritize the UCOG over the tourism, so,
I wasn't picking on you.
no,
Carol.
well, I'm stating it, I'm taking it anyway. But that's basically what it is, and if it's something that needs to come to the board, we will bring it to the board if there's an issue that we need to do that with, but, day-to-day issues or something like that, one person can actually deal with, and we do that.
Let me amplify on that too.
Go ahead.
Always says correct, but it's more than that too. There's a resolution that we passed that sets this up, and that's a state process that we follow to do this. In the past, they always treated it like a point of contact. Well, any commissioner go over there and talk to you, blah, blah, blah. That causes confusion on who you need to talk to. And more importantly, if you look at the county government, we are a government. Instead of having a general in charge or a CEO in charge of a company, it's the board itself is the executive officer. Each commissioner then becomes the vice president of that company line. That means the people that work in the county work for that commissioner, and if they need leave, they need the pay raises that they worry about, budget issues. As the vice president of a company or an organization, that's how it would be work. You have meetings to work with it. If it's within that commissioner's authority to direct things, you can. That depends on the board giving them the authority on money, for example, and we haven't gotten to that point yet. A certain level of that spending authority, anything above that always goes to the board, because the commissioners as a board are the only people that can spend the money in the county. So you like them again. In the past, it's confusing. If a person doesn't know who to go to, it could be Brian Lockhart out the dump and having a problem with a loader. We look at it parts wise, well, it looks like we're gonna have to spend a lot of money. I would be the guy that sponsored it to the board, and we work on it with Brian to figure out what we're gonna propose. If he's sick, people gotta know he's not around. And he needs to let me to know, in this case, because I'd be managing him, that he's sick and somebody else is taking place, or we gotta work somebody else, or vacation time, that kind of thing. So in the past, that was confusing in the past. So if it's an HR issue, and I'm the managing commissioner for HR, then the process would be the director of that business would be working for me, reporting issues that come up, what are needed. And if there's something that they can't resolve at a local level with the department heads or the other elected officials' offices, then they'll come to me, we'll look at it, we'll figure out what we need to do statewide. We go to the state, get the help we need, or get the issues floated, complaints acted on. So that's a process that we haven't been doing in the past religious time. It's hard, coming off of a point of contact where our authorities are all equal because we have one vote. It takes two to make the decision for the company as an executive. So it's a good thing, and we're gonna go through some processes to make sure that we have the ability to bring the teams together. Workforce development pieces as a group will happen. Strategic planning, we can have better control and get people participating in that kind of thing, as well as operations, policies, procedures. In my view, then we need a policy for the HR. We got to get some HR policies in view. So I'm going to be responsible to make sure that happens with the new director and work with the rest of the teams across the county employees. That's just an example. And so Kevin's right. We manage it. Okay. And these are, and a new person comes in like Lucas, new in here. And one of the reasons he's doing some of the things he is because of his background. He takes advantage of the commissioner's background. I have air flying, airport experience and other things. Kevin's got the road and bridge, for example. You got a lot of experience doing that, and logical. And in some cases, you gotta be careful of conflicts, and so we have to work with each other to iron out those. End of discussion.
I should have started the timer on you.
Yeah. Well, I won't say anything.
Did that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, it did. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Any other public comment? All right. Those in favor of approving the county government appointments as presented, as modified here this morning, signify by saying
Aye.
aye. Aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. That was actually the managing commissioner appointments. I misstated that, so. Our next item is the consideration of the county government appointments. In your packet, there's one in the back. Go towards the front of your packet. And we'll do the same thing on this, you have.
I got it.
before you the current makeup.
Sir.
And so I'll open this up for discussion here as well.
Just for the record, this is just I don't know why we call it appointments, because there's people that are filling jobs, they're elected officials. It's the structure of the county, clerk of the board, Kelly Camper, for example, county attorney, Slater, custodians on down through the director of planning and zoning, IT, emergency operations, veterans officer, we've got landfill manager, etc.
So I believe the only one on here that would have it in the possibility of changing would be the top, which is the BOCC chair and the vice chair. The rest are, like you said, Kelly Camper is the clerk of the board. We have an attorney and the department heads on here.
How serious are you about chairing for another year? If you want to chair for another year, if you don't, I'd be willing to throw my hat in the ring. Take it over starting after this meeting.
You would want
I
to.
don't want to come that way
Want to
through.
switch mid-meeting?
Please no. If that's allowed, Kelly.
You've got another year until you're up for election, right?
Yes.
Well, both of us are.
Both of us.
That's right, you're both.
Yeah, so.
I'm good too.
I would,
I'm just making that offer.
if you would, I know you've got. You can kind of see the light through the water. You're not right at the bottom of the pool looking up and you can't breathe.
I don't know, I feel still like I'm swimming down.
Yeah, but
So, but. If you wanted to take that role on, I would be more than willing to let you do that.
but does that mean you're not wanting to do it now?
I would continue on as chair.
Right.
If,
I think that's smart, only reason because Lucas has got his hands full right now with a lot of stuff. I don't think he needs the hassle of being the chair.
so,
Now, if you're tired, I'll do it. But otherwise, I'm good with leaving until the way it is.
so I'm more than willing to take it on.
Okay.
But if if you wanted to jump in there, I would be willing to do that. You've been around just long enough to know that it's a little, it adds some to your plate,
That does, it would,
so,
absolutely.
we're at the table right now, Deb, go ahead. When we go to make a motion on it, then I'll open it up. So would you be willing to do that?
I'll move, I'll make a motion first. I'll move, we accept it the way it is. Since you're volunteering to do it. Otherwise, we'll talk about it.
So I have a motion, do we have a second? On that,
I'll second to get discussion moving.
so discussion here at the table.
Like I said, I'm unless you are really wanting out.
I would be
I'm
more,
happy with
I would be more than
giving
willing to
Lucas-
do it the way it is.
Give
If,
Lucas a chance to get
if
it.
Lucas wanted to take it on, I've seen his work ethic as well and,
That's
and
good.
would be willing to go that route. So, I guess what I'm saying is, if you wanted it, that is the way I would vote. And, if not, then I would be more than willing to accept it the way it is.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to offer it so that, cause we all take our turns, so.
Yeah.
And you've been doing it
And we should.
through a year of some hard times, rough meetings, so.
And I would do the same.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion here?
None from me, sir.
Public comment then. I believe Deb had her hand up way earlier, James. I'll let you. It's you in a second.
I just want to say, Kevin, that I think you are a very good chair and I would encourage you to stay in that position.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert?
I would strongly encourage you to enthusiastically stay on. In the face of everything you've had to accept, you showed not only fairness, but resolve and strength in the barrage of vitriol that have come from multiple sides. So you have a year left till you run for re-election if you do. And it seems like the other commissioners are confident enough in your abilities to chair. I, for one, am more than happy if you would stay. So just to say that.
Well, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Public comment? Nothing online. So I have a motion on the floor. To accept the Custer County government appointments as presented. With myself being the chair and Commissioner Kanda being the vice chair. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We'll let you vote before I vote.
Hi, thank you, Kevin, for being willing to chair. this year.
You've been making me vote before you all the time. I'm gonna start changing.
I can't help it. I got the order down now. It's counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise. You can start.
My vote doesn't count, I will vote aye. That
Thank you,
motion
Kevin.
carries, and thank you, gentlemen, as well, and everyone. Next item would be the consideration of the CCI county designations of the 2024 steering committee proxy.
Whoa,
That's a lot.
What does that mean?
That's somebody to vote in our stead at the steering committee meetings through CCI. They have like 12 steering committees. And so if we are not able to attend those when they're doing votes, this is to designate a proxy.
It only needs
For
one
that vote.
commissioner, but all the commissioners are eligible to rotate through. And if we can't do it, you need a proxy.
So the county's allowed one vote on each committee. So even if there was a couple attending, only one can vote. But then if all of us can't make it, they are asking for a proxy.
So these
So
steering,
who we considering?
So the steering committee is, there's agriculture, wildlife and rural affairs committee, there's the general government committee, health and human services committee, justice and public safety committee, land use and natural resources committee, public lands committee, taxation and finance committee, tourism resorts and economic development committee, transportation and telecommunications committee. And if I understand this right, this is made up of different commissioners from different counties, all make up these committees across the CCI network. So
64 county,
63,
there are 3.
unless they got the last county to
No.
join.
Yeah, that's right, there's 2 of them, 1.
Two were last
Denver
two were
and-
coming in supposedly here at the beginning of the quarter and then one left.
1 left.
And I know you have been addressing this some or had
So-
some thoughts.
I said I would, and I honestly dropped the ball on it, and I didn't find anybody, so.
Proxy, to be a proxy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think we need to do a better job
Let's,
this year about starting this process now and getting people involved in this so that maybe we see if somebody, you know, from planning and zoning or road and bridge, or some of these people want to take some activity into this, because this is where you hear about grants and you hear about the different things that are available out
so
there.
maybe the way to handle this today is just to put those committees out in an email to everybody, the department heads and elected officials. And, see if anybody wants to volunteer for a specific committee.
But this has to be
To
in
be for proxy, when is it?
for next year or for,
Is it gotta be in? I thought we had a week.
Deadline.
there is a deadline,
Yeah, I know, it's like
See
what,
that-
15th.
the 15th.
the 19th.
You got a few days to get somebody like rounded up.
Do you want me to do that?
Sure. Cause you said you dropped the ball. Pick it up.
So. And I believe we can name different proxies for different committees.
Yep, yes,
Rather
sir.
than just a single.
Right.
Proxy for a blanket proxy.
All right, I will go out to county employees and see who's interested in what. Cause we can have different proxies.
Sure, and if we get 3 or 4 people, that's okay, and then
Okay,
they're not like they're signing up for.
I believe it would be
Full-time job.
prudent to, the 19th is after next week's meeting, correct?
yeah, so we can approve them in next week's meeting and then. All I need to do is email these, so.
Okay. That would work fine. Yes, sir.
Jack Canterbury. I'm curious as to what the qualifications are required for this proxy and how the selection process works. Does it have to be a county employee? Can it be an elector of the county? How does this work, and if it can be any elector of the county that is interested in those subjects, are they eligible to be a proxy for the committees they're interested in?
So the voting members of these steering committees are the county commissioners, and we are allowed to name a member of the county staff
Oh,
as a proxy, and that's stated in this.
okay.
And that makes sense, otherwise you'd have to get a citizen. to-
Sure, but I just,
Yeah,
it would be nice to know what that criteria is. If that's the county staff, that's.
And if it is, then the staff person ought to have an interest in the committee, like weed board or whatever the committee.
and I'll read this statement right here, so
I've got, my question's answered.
okay. Yeah, it says right here, and I'm gonna read it. Cause I looked it up.
I'm gonna put the timer on, Ken.
It's a short statement. Proxy forms are not needed for commissioners, only county staff. However, please complete one form per designee. So the county staff is who we designate as our proxy for each committee. All right. So I guess we will
Jim's got a question.
defer a motion on
Jim's
this.
got-
To be clear, proxy is as it implies the person designate will talk with you and be voting the way you would have.
It's like a proxy.
That's
correct.
exactly what a proxy is.
That's right.
Yeah, so this is not a, go find out information and hang out with the committees. It's
No.
an actual voting
You
responsibility.
gotta go there and vote. That's
In
why.
lieu of any of you.
That's right.
So we will put the consideration of this item on next Wednesday's agenda. Okay, the next item would be the consideration of approval of the water lease agreement with Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District for road and bridge. You have that, that's the next item in your packet. In visiting with Vince, this is the same agreement that they had last year. They're leasing 30 acre feet. And the prices are the same,
9,500 big,
looking for the bottom line here,
total lease payment of 9,500.
Page 2, sir.
$9,500. And that's $300 per acre foot and 135 water fee and 165 per acre foot for annual storage. So that is the same agreement they had last year, which is considerably less than buying water from Round Mountain. I would make a motion to approve the Upper Arkansas water lease agreement between Road and Bridge and the Upper Arkansas. Why am I not being able to put that out? Water District. Upper Arkansas.
I'll
Where are
second.
you? Okay. I can't think of my acronym.
Just say Upper.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to approve the water lease agreement. This is a 1-year lease between Road and Bridge and Upper Ark. Discussion here at the table.
None for me.
None here.
It is cheaper, and I think Round Mountain's rates are gonna go up again, so.
Okay, nothing else here. Public comment? Here. You almost missed it. Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Okay, Bob Sutteroff. What I was gonna say for clarification, the county doesn't really own any water rights that could be used for the items that you're speaking of. So it seems only prudent to go ahead and to approve that in order for you to get the water that you need, so it isn't taken out of, like they used to do, go out the lake and fill it up and away they go. Those days are gone. So what you're doing is just doing what you already did last year, but on the same token, it's needed to stay in compliance. If not, you're gonna have to face water court.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is.
We still run out
We're
to the
still
lake.
pumping
and
it
get
out of the lake, but by law.
By law, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you got the certificate that says you can do that.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Anybody else? Okay, nothing online. Those in favor of approving the water lease between Road and Bridge and Upper Ark signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you.
Well,
That motion carries. Next item would be the consideration of County Road 265 curve reduction. And I don't know if we have anything on this from Vince or not.
I haven't seen it.
Vince was gonna make a presentation.
Let me see if he is available, so we'll put him a little
Does he
later.
know? You know it's today.
He asked me to put it on the agenda for today, so I did, so. Unless he forgot or ran into a problem, because I think he was gonna have the gentleman with him that was going to discuss
And let me see if he's online.
that as well.
I would ask the question. Got a phone number that's dialed in, but I don't know if that's the gentleman or not. So, excuse me for 1 second while I try to get a hold of somebody.
Okay.
Grab a cup.
Yeah, I hadn't reached out to him because I knew he had you put it on.
I'll be in touch. So. This is pretty much standalone with two.
It's not on.
This one. This
Thank you, Bob.
You'll see it, Bob. Hey, you know where Vince is at by chance? What's that? Oh, he's spot. Okay, because we had that, on the agenda for, changing that curve on 265. Okay. I couldn't reach, Sherry either. Could you get a hold of him, see if he's planning on coming in to make that presentation or not? And then, yeah, he's out of cell service, so if you can get him on the radio and then maybe give me a quick holler back, we'll move on the agenda, and then if he's coming, we'll move him down. If not, I guess we'll go to next week. Thank you, sir. Bye. Okay, I think everybody heard that conversation, so, we'll know here shortly if he'll be here. So I believe we'll go ahead and we'll, as soon as we find out on that, we can come back to that item.
Okay.
So our next item would be the consideration of approving, the Hike, Butera, vacate and replat.
And that was Dorothy.
And it's not here either.
Or the tourism board appointment. She, handout.
I don't.
Hey, you have your stuff for your replat. All
All
right, we're ready for you. All right, thanks. Bye. Oh, Vince. Okay, we'll put it on next week's. All right. You betcha. Hey.
They had it, but I didn't realize.
All right.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think those guys got muted. So the item, for road and bridge, on County Road 265, if we can move that to next week's agenda. They had some drifting, he's out taking care of them in the valley floor. And Dorothy is on her way over, I believe. We'll go ahead and do the next one while we're waiting on her. So that'd be the consideration of the appointment of the tourism board members.
Is there a handout?
I sent you the email that Deb sent
Well, you did.
back, 10/12/29.
Oh, it's way back,
What date was that?
29. And it was from you, Lucas?
I
I
sent it,
resent, I forwarded it to you,
yeah, I sent it to all of you.
but she.
I know I got it before, but you sent it the most current, well, resend, right?
I resent it, yes.
So Deb, did you had tourism board letters of interest? You had three attachments?
There would be 5 attachments,
Yeah.
well, actually, 6, because
Six, I
one
see
was a
6.
letter from the tourism board recommending
You just a minute.
4 full members and 1 ex officio member.
Okay.
And that would bring our board up to 9 full members and 1 ex officio.
Okay, so we got that. So you've got Melody, Mallett, Tranker, John B, whatever that is.
Van Dorn,
Oh, Van Dorn.
the guy
And
in the room.
Mallett. That says B. Thanks, John. I got it. Got 'em all.
Okay,
Looks like there's 2 Mallets.
Roseanne is the ex officio, and she's also an ambassador for the Welcome Center.
Okay.
And then there is one thing I'd like to comment on, if all these people are approved. This is the first time that we would have 9 people on the tourism board. We're very excited about the new people because we have Bianca, who's owner of Ravens, Melody, who's very involved in the arts community. John is just a brilliant creative businessman, and then John Mallett is a short-term rental owner. And because it's 4 new people coming on, I would like to adjust the terms so that 3 people are renewable at a time. And so what that would mean is that Bianca Trenker would come on for a 1-year term, which also gives her an opportunity to make sure that she's happy serving on the tourism board. And then John Mallett would come on for a 2-year term, and Melody and John are a 3-year term. And it's just so that when a term is up, that we have 3 people cycling out or possibly renewing.
Oh, I think that's a good
Good
plan.
idea.
that's what you have in your bylaws is a 3-year staggered term, correct?
Yes, but because now we have 9, I just needed to adjust the 4 people coming on.
And who would be the 2-year term, John Mallett or you?
John Mallett would be the 2-year term.
Okay.
Bianca Trenker would be a 1-year term, and Melody and John are 3 years. And they've all agreed to it, although I didn't ask John.
He likes to be voluntold.
So Debbie, it's just a quick question, 3-year terms, and you're on a 3-year term too.
You
right?
just
We just
renewed
renewed you,
last
so
year.
if you considered that in the rotation.
Yes.
Okay,
And I can send you the spreadsheet.
that'd be a good idea to
Yeah,
have
that
for
would be
the
great.
record for
Oh,
Kelly.
yeah, so send it to Kelly. Okay.
So, yeah, you can do the updates and then send that to Kelly after we make our decision here today. What's your pleasure, gentlemen?
Have a
I
discussion.
move that we, well, we,
Go ahead, and then move
well,
first.
we move, I'll make the motion to accept the board membership.
I'll second it, let's talk about them,
All right. Discussion.
because I don't know, Trinker at all.
She owns Ravens. So she has 3 properties. She considers herself a boutique hotel. She's quite committed and engaged in the community, and she joyfully accepted the opportunity because she's kind of in a new place where she wants to give back to the community. So we're quite delighted to have her on board. And I used to reach out to her for conversations. She gives a lot of insight into the visitor experience.
Yeah, that was good, thanks. Appreciate that. How about Melody?
Melody, relatively new to the community, but she has a gallery on 3rd Street on that little row of houses where the Welcome Center is. She's just 2 doors down. Very accomplished artist. And I think her letter kind of gave some background on her, but she's very enthusiastic, and she's also involved in the arts and music. So we look forward to putting her to work to enhance the artist community that we have.
Okay. Right. Any other comments? No, I'm good.
And for me,
Questions out.
John's signature looks kind of like a doctor. I can't read it. I'm not a pharmacist.
That was one of my best.
No, I'll take that. Okay, no further discussion here. I would open it up for public comment. Yes, sir.
Yes, Charlie Ellison, Dark Skies Vacations, we generate about 8 to 10% of the county tourism tax, and I'm very pleased with this slate because it does a couple things. It gets much more representation by people that are generating taxes, not spending it. And Bianca, very strong. I've been pushing her since I got off the tourism board to get on, and she always stood on to me. So I'm really pleased. She's very strong. And I think that's a good representation. And my neighbor John here as well. He's got good solid business background and good judgment. The one thing that I would just impart, Debbie's tired of hearing it, but I do think that the tourism board has drifted from its mission of attracting visitors to a degree. I mean, a lot of things they do really well. Everything artistically, website is a very good platform. But when you get into the guest experience, you're talking about infrastructure, doing things to make everyone, want to come back, which is true. But if they don't get here and they don't know about it, they don't know, they're not here to come back. So pretty brochure for the various nonprofit, it's good, and we've done that, but I think pivoting back, because believe me, the pressures this year for tourism, I think are really tough. And our market, little niche of Dark Skies has been way deleted. There's now like 12 different Dark Skies communities, parks, all over the state of Colorado. Whereas when we were on the board together, when we started in 2018-19, it was kind of controversial to try to push the Dark Skies attraction, but it was very effective. And we were a unique asset because we were the only Dark Skies community. That has really changed. There's a lot more competition. The other thing that's rather frightening, I sent you a note, is there's a lot of bad brand going on because of what our Supreme Court did. There's people in Texas, I lost a $2,000 booking in January, which is kind of rare, saying, I've been going to Colorado for 21 years and I'm not coming anymore because of what the politics is in your crazy leftist state. So we are paying a price on that. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
And I support that slate of what do they call board members, very strong.
You started on subject, but then we kind of drifted a little bit, but thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, so, all right, anybody else? Not seeing any hands online, so those in favor of approving the 4 new members for the
Slate is
tourism.
called the slate. That's a good one.
What's that?
Good slate.
Okay, those in favor of approving the 4 new board members for the tourism board signify by saying aye.
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 Uh-oh, that's a tie.
You made me, I'm used to having to go first now. Okay, that motion carries. I'll
So,
wait longer.
so
next
Kevin,
time.
it should be 5 if you include the ex officio, unless she's a separate vote.
No.
That would, the 4 main members, that would all, you gentlemen good with approving for the 5, the 1 ex officio.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
So we will consider that part of that vote. Okay, we will go back now to the consideration of approving the height Butera vacate and replat.
How are you guys this morning? Sorry, it didn't come out in color, so it's probably not gonna be very. Until I came over, Bill's got the colored one. I'll hold this up. It's a very simple vacation and look at. With the same amount of land for each parcel when they're, once it is complete. So basically, this is one parcel right now currently. And this is a parcel. What they're wanting to do is to vacate this line. And they will then have this, the darker line here, which makes this one lot and this one lot.
So the northwest corner is approximately the same area wise as the southeast corner, and that's the 2 trades.
Correct.
They own it all.
This one's owned by Dan Height, this one's owned by Butera. The neighbors, he just sold this particular lot to them, and they're just trying to make it,
One
So,
lap.
it's more usable. Like,
And no issues with it. Both landowners are in agreement and wanting to do this to clean that property up there.
yes, sir.
So the order those lots and subdivision.
It is East Cliff. It's lot 135 and 138 in East Cliff, section 15, township 23.
And what filing these?
More. Where'd you see it?
Right.
Right next to East Cliff. Yep, you're correct. You guys are good. Used to it.
They're in the business. Yeah, I move we accept the, what do we call this?
It's
That'd be a vacation
Vacation
and
of the lot
replat.
lines as, and replat as presented by mostly by the director.
Second. Discussion.
How's the water on? What, is there 1 well, 10 wells? What is it? And there's,
Each,
is there each one,
you know,
is there
honestly, I
like 4
don't,
well permits?
no, it would be 2. It's not gonna change that in the least. There's smaller lots, one's 9 and I think one's 5, but it's not changing the overall size of either lot
Okay.
by the trade of land.
So they still stay 9 and 5.
Correct.
Okay.
So you got Black Fawn there on the west side. Any other adjoining roads?
Look at what Bill has. They access down, this
Yeah, there it
lot
is.
accesses down off of, I think it's Antelope Road.
It's Antelope and on,
Right, and he
Right.
comes in on Fawn,
Black Fawn.
Black Fawn, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to check on that access to make sure by changing them the lot lines that we were not
It's,
messing with access.
nope. No, they currently come in off of here and he comes in. So
Okay.
not gonna change them.
No, sir. Public comment on this. Making sure. Not seeing anything online. Okay, I have a motion on the floor then to approve the height and Butera vacation and replat as presented by the planning and zoning. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries.
I ran out and didn't grab the correct pen. Can you stop by and sign it for me later?
I will do that.
Or I can bring it over.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dorothy.
What's that? It needs to be a black, protective pen. I grabbed the wrong one. Thank you.
Thanks, Dorothy. We good to go or?
Yeah.
Okay. Next item. Would be the consideration of authorizing Jen Huffman. And so we only have her listed on this, but it would be consideration of authorizing Jen Huffman and UPSEP, correct?
Yes, sir.
As administrators for the credit card account. And I believe you spoke to this when you spoke earlier during your report.
Yes, sir.
Anything else to add on that? So,
Not at this time. We just need access.
You need access, because then you're gonna implement good changes to make it happen. when
We need access
drive
so
it,
we
so.
can look up where we're at and see who's missed payment and what's happened.
right now, there's nobody here that has access, correct?
Nobody currently here at
Finance
the moment
department.
has access. So the resolution was the best way of getting that back. So
Okay, I move we authorize Jen Huffman and Lucas Epp as administrators for the credit card account.
And that would be at Kirkpatrick, correct?
that's it.
Second.
So-
Discussion, oh, go ahead.
I guess my comment on this, and I guess I'll talk to you two as well as Kelly. I think we need to do this yearly. Or at least put this on a list or a calendar of things to look at every year, so this doesn't get slipped up in the future as commissioners come and go, and maybe we need in the future need to put all three commissioners on there, so at least somebody's got some access to it.
I think you probably, that's a good idea.
So. I don't know.
That's a good idea.
So I was gonna bring up earlier during your report. With the email that went out yesterday about these cards. And then I was reminded this morning, I thought Vernon had sent you a email or a text that we've always had problems with these cards since we got them. And
The Kirkpatrick cards.
yes, Virginia and we had our own cards from,
UMB.
UNB.
BB.
And so then Braden he got with them and got cards for everybody through them.
Okay,
But he wanted to wait to distribute those cards and test them out, just to make sure that they were working the way that we wanted them to work. And so Virginia, myself, Braden had one, and I think Vernon has one.
okay,
They've tested fine, we're fine. Virginia has all the new cards, I think, in her vault,
okay,
because Kirkpatrick was gonna go away
okay.
after that, so that just,
No,
Yeah,
appreciate the
FYI.
background information on that. And he made comments about that, but I don't know where everything lives and
yeah.
breathes, so. Yeah, so thank you for that background on that, and I'll look into that with both banks, so.
And that was one of my comments earlier, that there had been an issue prior to this, because.
They were hard to
They were an
manage.
issue all the time.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, anything else here at the table?
So my experience with the credit card with tourism, the understanding was that the county had this credit card account and you had a limit. But what ended up happening with tourism, when we tried charging something, we had some big expenses with printing. Because the limit was attached with all the credit cards. We couldn't use our credit card because you had reached the limit.
Right.
And that happened more than once, so that's why we decided, just for confusion, because we had the credit card on the automatic UMA phone for the Welcome Center, and then it wouldn't go through. So we didn't want that happening, so that's why I then dedicated a personal credit card to take care of tourism expenses until the credit card issue is resolved.
Okay.
But there was an issue with it being one big account and certain credit card users kind of going over the limit.
And the UNB cards have their own individual limits according to what that office needed.
Okay. And it looks like the Kirkpatrick ones do too, but it doesn't appear that that is.
Not working.
True.
It works weird.
Yeah, okay. All right,
Any other public comment? Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to approve and authorize Jen Huffman and Commissioner Epp as the administrators for the credit card account at Kirkpatrick Bank. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries.
so Kelly put on next week's agenda, we're gonna have to do the same thing for UMB.
Authorization thing, yeah,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
may.
And signature card. Yeah.
I'd like to take a break.
Okay, now we'll take a short recess. That was quick after I just asked.
It'll be fun.
background of why I am presenting it to the county commissioners. I've gone through the Colorado state statutes, and it is my belief that the county commissioners are statutorily the people that make this decision. So in the effort to save time, I felt that it was appropriate to go to the people that had the power and authority to make this decision. I come by this through statutes, which I've all given you a copy of, and please, this whole stack of paper, most of it is supporting documents. It's not part of the presentation, so it won't be as long as the paper stack appears. CRS 30-4-11-114 is very simple. It's one sentence, and it states the Board of County Commissioners may set off or organize new precincts, change the boundaries, or reduce the number of those already organized as the public good from time to time requires. If we move on to Colorado Revised Statute 30-11-107, the powers of the board, item number 1 says that the power of the Board of County Commissioners of each county has the power at any meeting. And then if you turn that over and go to paragraph F, to set off, organize, and change the boundary of precincts in their respective counties and to designate the number of such precincts in accordance with section 1-5-105 and 1-5-105.1.5 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. G states that to establish one or more voting places for each electoral precinct as the convenience of the inhabitants may require.
Okay, so
So
just
if,
to be clear, Jack, so that I understand, you just read the 107.
yes,
Okay. Okay, that's the powers. Okay, and the first one you read was changing the boundaries.
yeah, the first one says the board may set off and organize new precincts.
And so you're talking about precinct and polling places, is that right?
Yes. So if we move on then to Colorado Revised Statute 1-5-101, which is referenced. This statute states, number 1, subject to approval by the Board of County Commissioners, the county clerk and recorder of each county shall divide the county into as many election precincts for all general, primary, and congressional vacancy elections as is convenient for the eligible electors of the county, and shall designate the place of each precinct at which elections are to be held. In establishing the boundaries, the Board of County Commissioners shall take into consideration natural and artificial boundaries that meet the requirements of the United States Bureau of Census. The precincts shall be numbered in accordance with section 1-5-101.5. Changes in the precinct boundaries of counties shall be made only within the district boundaries of each representative or senatorial district. Item 1 specifically says, it says the county clerk shall do it, but only subject to the approval of the Board of County Commissioners, which again to me says that the county commissioners have the power to do it, because if the county clerk does it and the county commissioners do not approve of it, or want it changed, it's the county commissioners that have the power to do that. So again, we're still in statutorily that the county commissioners do this. If we go to section A, every county clerk and recorder is subject to approval by the Board of County Commissioners again. So it's stated again that it's approval of the county commissioners. Shall establish at least one precinct for every 1,500 active eligible electors in the county at the time of the most recent federal decennial census. If we go on to section 4 of this statute, it says in establishing precinct boundaries pursuant to the provision of subsection 5, county clerk and recorders and boards of commissioners shall, to the extent reasonably possible, and this is in the middle of paragraph 4, to the extent reasonably possible, utilize natural and man-made boundaries that meet the requirements for visible features adopted by the United States Bureau of Census. So we have 3 statutes here that in the committee's position all say that establishing precincts is a power of the county commissioners. There is nothing in any of these precincts that say that the county commissioners have to get the approval of the county clerk. The county clerk always has to get the permission or the approval from the county commissioners. So it is our takeaway that the county commissioners are the authority and have the power to establish these precincts. So we felt that it was in the best interest of saving time to come directly to the people with the power to do it. So in one of the main criteria for us deciding that we wanted to do this is we feel that with the precinct sizes the way they are, our voters are being underrepresented. And part of that is based on what is being done in other parts of the country and the fact that the communication from our voters is so with the large numbers in our precincts, it's so hard for those electors and those voters to be able to communicate and have their voice heard. And it's much harder than it would be if our precincts were smaller and we had a smaller electorate to work with. So I have researched many other counties, and you have a summary sheet that shows other counties smaller or similar in size. There's a couple of counties that are slightly larger than ours. And if you look at their average precinct sizes for each one, the highest one is 933, where our average precinct is 1,648. Now, I must clarify, one of the statutes says active voters, and I took total voters, which includes active voters and inactive voters. So I'm working on total voters. I want full transparency here. But you can see that our precinct size is huge compared to all of the other counties that are similar to ours. And when you add that all up with the total, of 33,692 total voters, there's 81 precincts with an average of 415. So and that includes the fact that Custer County's figured in there with 1,648 voters per precinct. So our proposal is to divide Custer County into 9 precincts. Take the 3 existing precincts, divide them each 3 ways, and that would give us an average elector per precinct of 550 active voters, which is still above the average of all of these other counties. We also need to take in consideration that since 2020, the voters in Custer County rose by a total of 825 voters. It went from 4,121 to 4,946. This is a rate of 208 voters per year. At this rate of growth, our precincts are going to continue to get way out of line with what is the norm for our counties. The rest of the documents are all supporting documents of where I came up with these numbers. The total voters, if you will look at the top of the page, this is as of 5 minutes after midnight on 1/1 of 2024. If you look at the last page for the voters in Custer County for 2020, again, it is January 1, 2020, only it's at 3:10 in the morning. I want you to know that I'm trying to compare apples to apples here. And I went through and got facts that made sense to me. I have, and if someone will help me hold it.
Come on. Help him out, Charlie, if you're coming. Step out of the sunlight, Jeff.
So one of the things that we tried to do when we did this was we wanted to make it easy for the taxpayer and the electorate to know where their precinct was. The precincts before, it gets a little confusing through West Cliff and out through Silver Cliff Ranch here. So we didn't want to mess with that. What we wanted to do with the rest of it, and the statutes do not say that we have to have the same number of electorates in the precinct, but they do suggest that they have common interests, and they state geographic or man-made lines. So what we did, we created a precinct around the city of West Cliff. Almost everyone in this precinct that we created either lives within the city limits or very close. So those electors will have common interest and common issues. They have different tax liabilities because of the city, Round Mountain Water, and so forth. We created another precinct here that is Silver Cliff. This Silver Cliff is a huge city limit. There are probably a few electors in part of it that are not in the city limits of Silver Cliff, but almost all of them are. So the majority are in the city of Silver Cliff. We divided precinct 1 further by simply drawing a line down Highway 69. People west of Highway 69 are in one precinct. People east of Highway 69 in another precinct. It's easy and simple for the electorate to understand what precinct they live in that way. We divided precinct 2 along a line that goes just west of Mackenzie Junction. So that includes Wetmore and down to San Isabel. Part of what this does, Wetmore and a large part of this area comes clear out past Ditch Creek Road, and in here is in the Florence School District, which is a different tax base again. So we tried to keep that separate. We included San Isabel because unfortunately they're the redheaded stepchildren of Custer County. They have a long ways to go to any polling place, whether they go to Westcliff or Wetmore. So they're in more similar terrain and have San Isabel should have similar interest as Wetmore. We further divided it simply along Highway 96, north and south of Highway 96. So the people that were in precinct 2, still, they know they're in precinct 2, and all they have to do is say, okay, now I'm in a different precinct, but it's easy because I'm north of Highway 96 or south of Highway 96. We wanted to make it easy. So after we took Westcliff out of precinct 2 or 3, we simply went out Highway 69 to Copper Gulch Road or County Road 215, and we went north to the county line. This puts most of this area, except for Lake DeWeese, is 35-acre tracts in Bull Domingo subdivision that they're going to have similar interests again. So they have common grounds for anything that that precinct wants to do politically. The other one would be part of the 80-acre zone and out towards Hillside, which again is similar geography and similar property types. We felt that this was very equitable, easy to understand, where we don't know exactly what the electorate is going to be, but we're still going to have an average of 550 electors per precinct. Are there any questions?
So yeah, but remember, this is precincts and polling places, and you discussed where there's locations to be had to be able to have the people that can be participate in that and
Currently, and you or the county clerk can correct me, but currently we have a drop box in Wetmore, a drop box in Westcliff, and the only polling place in the county is Westcliff, correct? So I believe that if the county would want to have polling places in other parts of the county, I think it should be fairly easy to establish that we have a polling place in Silver Cliff and Westcliff. We could have a polling place at Hillside, like Wetmore. I don't think it would be difficult to have I'm not sure whether they would be willing to do it, but Quina Verde Pines has a big clubhouse that possibly could be rented as a polling place. In this area, you have, you could continue to use Westcliff, or there's, it would
Horn Creek
On
or whatever.
Horn Creek, there's places where you could,
So the reason I'm asking is because in order to make sure, yeah, I like the idea that it's small. You got neighbors that can help people spread the word. Here, we're gonna do this, here's the issues, whatever. That's great. You also want to be able to get to the place to vote. There's a lot of people that, I know personally that, are crippled up or just are busy and can't get to it at, in time. Still, I think and they can rally, get people in there to get you personally in there to vote, participate. So that's why I asked about where some places are, if it's accessible or not to do that. That'd be good.
and if the county wanted to establish more polling places, I really don't believe that it would be difficult to find those polling places. But also, if the county wants to keep the only polling place as the city of West Cliff, what this does is create small enough precincts that volunteers from each one of these precincts, because it's legal in Colorado now, anybody that had a ballot that they could not get to the polling place, they could contact a member of their precinct and say, can you pick up my ballot that they trust? Can you pick up my ballot and take it to the
polling place, wherever it is.
Wherever it is. But when you've got 1,600 people in all of these precincts, that's a lot harder for one or two people to manage and be able to do that for the electorate that can't make it to the polling place. I really think that it's my opinion that any one of the items, whether it's the fact that our precincts are so large compared to everybody else, and what is reasonably useful, is reason enough in itself to make this change. The fact that our growth is so happening so fast at such a large percentage is in itself a reason to make this change. The fact that being able to service such a large electorate count in each of these precincts that we have now is in itself a reason to make this change. So you put all three of those together and you've got three strong reasons to make this change.
Why don't you turn around and let everybody see how you do it.
So I'm saying you've got 9 precincts that you drew. But haven't actually changed any of the polling places, correct?
You proposed it could happen. It's just-
The polling
Which-
places, can be changed upon the precincts being changed. But in a county the size of ours, considering the cost of putting another polling place in, it can be done to benefit the electorate, but I'm not sure that it would be necessary to actually have a polling place, but possibly,
One or two.
since we get to use drop boxes, have drop boxes in each of the outlying precincts, such as a drop box in Wetmore, one in San Isabel, one at Hillside, one somewhere around the airport to accommodate that.
And I didn't really see where you changed. Even putting 9 precincts in there. You didn't really change a lot in how far these people have to go to the precinct offices. The longest drive would be the people in San Isabel going to Wetmore. That would have been the longest drive probably of anybody, the way it's set up now. And it's still that way after you redrew your maps.
Yeah, it wasn't clear. He's right. They are
Yeah.
setting up caucus places or not. Make it
Well-
easier for somebody to caucus, is that the plan?
And when it comes to. When it comes to caucuses and. Precinct committee people or precinct activists for the political parties, that is not. Under the purview of the county commissioners. That is a problem that needs to be solved by the political parties to do that. And I assure you that the Republican Party has plenty of people to man that and do that. We have plenty of volunteers to have caucus places, and the caucus can be held in somebody's house. And we have many volunteers that have volunteered to do that.
Well, but Jack, maybe you missed it, but establishing precincts and polling places for partisan elections, that's the statute you cited, was 15101. So the polling places are also part of that if we decided it was necessary.
If the commissioners determine that it's necessary to establish polling places, our committee would be more than happy to work with that.
Okay.
So it's the power of the commissioners.
And we could do that in steps is what you're proposing. We could have a couple polling places and then as a growth or whatever. Make
Correct.
it easier for people to caucus as well as vote.
The first step, the polling places don't come into play for precincts until you change the precincts. So the first step is to change the precincts. And so right now, I believe that it is very critical to change the precincts so that we have better representation and the people in those precincts can understand where they're at and they have common grounds. If the people in precinct, whatever that includes Silver Cliff, has issues with something that's going on politically because they're political precincts. They have issues. Their issues are going to be different than the people in San Isabel or Wetmore. So that precinct can, at their caucus, pass resolutions that affect their precinct. And for those resolutions to be presented to the county or the state or wherever. So I really think it's a much better representation. If you take, for example, precinct 1 at this time, you have the city of Silver Cliff, you have a large portion of the 80-acre zone, you have Buena Verde, and you have Centennial Ranch, and they all have different interests. If the city of Silver Cliff at the caucus wants to pass a resolution to present somewhere, then all of these other people that don't have any interest in that subject have to vote on it too and might vote it down. We need to get these precincts small enough and with geographical enough similarities that the electorate have some common interests and common needs.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now, so it's more clear because we have precinct areas that we already caucus in 3 different areas. In that in each one of those that exist today, you could come together and then when you caucus, you're caucusing with the smaller precincts together, getting their
Correct.
issue understood to present to the total body. When
Yes.
it's time to vote on what they want to go forward with as a, in that polling place or that precinct.
And we're Custer County with 4,946 voters. We have precinct size of 1,648. There are very few precincts, even in the urban areas of Denver, Boulder, Colorado Springs, Pueblo. There are very few of them that have precincts with that many electors in them. And I can see how they could maybe, your
you're in Denver and there's an apartment complex that has 12 buildings in it. And there's 200 people live in each building.
Mhm.
Well, that apartment complex still has common interest politically. They should, because what's affected them, they're all in the same environment.
Yeah, I get it.
So that precinct could be larger to accommodate those common interests, common needs. So by separating this out, we can give better representation to the electorate. And
Have better
make it
participation in
better
in the caucus
participation
itself,
in the caucus or in voting.
and it gets more people engaged. What's important to me too is to have people interested enough to understand the county enough to defend what we got and want to keep or change. And that would be a better way of communicating that. Otherwise, what you're suggesting, what we've done in the past. You get a few people that go all the time. Like last year, I was very disappointed in the last election. We had 35 people showing up in a caucus, that represents a lot of diverse interests. But they only came maybe from one area, and that's shortchanging the process, I think, to get better things done for the county. At a general election, you're getting more things presented to the
And
at the state level.
And the county government is not taxed with getting people to vote. But it is very important that people in our republic vote. It's the most important thing they do. Well, if we have smaller precincts, we can have people that work those precincts and work to contact more people to get them to vote. We have so much apathy in the United States right now, and it's partly because they don't feel like their vote counts. They aren't heard. They're too spread out in such a big group. And if we can get this big group made smaller, so it's manageable, then be it the Republicans or the Democrats or whoever that want to get people to vote, they have a manageable area to do that. And I know it's not the county commissioners, it's not part of your job description to get people out to vote. But it should be, and according to the statutes, it is your power and duty to establish precincts
We have to have a
that
place for
make
them to
that
vote.
possible.
If I could here for a second, then, I interpret these statutes differently than you do. And then I'm also gonna give you what our attorney has responded to this issue. But I'll go to the 15101. You have it highlighted at the top. This is number one, so it's subject to approval by the Board of County Commissioners. That's what you have highlighted.
Yes.
But that goes on to state, the county clerk and recorder of each county shall divide the county into as many election precincts for all general, primary, and congressional vacancy elections as is convenient for the eligible electors of the county, and shall designate the place for each precinct at which elections are to be held. So it says that the county commissioners give their approval, but the county clerk is the one that draws those. And then you can do the same thing there on 3A. Every county clerk and recorder. You did not highlight that part, but that's where it starts. It says every county clerk and recorder, subject to the approval by the Board of County Commissioners. So it starts at the clerk's office and then goes to the county commissioners. Later down in that, the very last line of that, it's right there. It does state in that sentence as well that it should, shall establish at least one precinct for every 1,500 active eligible electors. And you brought that out. You go to the very end of that statement, it says, however, the county clerk and recorder, subject to approval by the board, may establish one precinct for every 2,000 active eligible voters. You go on to section B. The precincts established by the county clerk and recorder in subsection 3A. And right there it states that the county clerk and recorder is the one that establishes those. Of this section need not be modified until the precincts have more than twice as many active eligible electors as they did at the time of the most recent federal census. And then I will read to you a little bit from response because our attorney did weigh in on this. And he states there are multiple statutes that address the redrawing of precinct boundaries. Some appear to give this power to the Board of County Commissioners. Others appear to give the county clerk this authority. Although some would like to view it as a clear cut and bright line, I don't believe the answer is clear cut. CRS 30-11-107 would appear to give the authority of change to the change of precincts to the Board of County Commissioners. Where this becomes more complicated is that section 107 makes cross reference to CRS 15101. That statute provides that subject to the approval of the Board of County Commissioners, the county clerk and recorder of each county shall set precinct boundaries and divide the counties into precincts. While that does make it confusing, the axiom of statutory construction is that we must read statutes together in order to harmonize them, if at all possible. Then you run on down. Basically, in short, it is my opinion that the Board of County Commissioners may not change the precincts in Custer County without the approval and participation of the county clerk and recorder. It is further my opinion that the county clerk and recorder may not change the precincts in Custer County without the approval and participation of the Board of County Commissioners. And that being said, the way we have always done it is that the county clerk and recorder has came up and given us a map with the precinct lines, and then we approve those. But it begins at the county clerk and recorder's office. And that is how I interpret these, and that is where I am at on that.
Okay, and I understand that you and the county attorney feel that way, but I've read through all of these statutes. And I have been unable to find anywhere where it says that the county commissioners have to have the approval of the county clerk. It says multiple times that the county clerk has to have the approval of the county commissioners. So it is my interpretation that the county commissioners hold the entire power. If you can find any place, or your attorney can find any place where it says that the county commissioners have to have the approval of the county clerk, I will certainly listen to that argument, but I haven't been able to find it. It says several times what you just read, that the county clerk subject to the approval of the county commissioners. So the county commissioners have the power. We have two statutes that directly state the power of the county commissioners to do this. One of them actually states at any meeting. So you get into legalese there, whether it's before the census or after the census or what. The statute says at any meeting. So again, going back to what you and the county attorney said, that the commissioners have to have the approval of the county clerk. I have not found that in any statute. Every
Well-
statute says that the county clerk must have the approval of the county commissioners.
And there again, whoever's online, oh, is that Dan?
That's me, yes, sorry.
All right, I didn't know you were here. If you could weigh in, sir.
Yeah, I mean, there is a general statute that talks about the Board of County Commissioners. There is a much more specific statute, 15101. In fact, all of Article 5 of Title 1, Part 1 of Article 5, that talks about the establishment of precincts. That's the more specific statute. More specific statutes, by law, control over more general statutes. That specific statute says the process for redrawing county precinct lines is a process that begins with the county clerk and recorder. And then after the county clerk and recorder has made a presentation to the Board of County Commissioners, the county commissioners have the option to approve or disapprove that plan. So to the extent that someone is looking for a specific statute, that specific statute is 15101. It is extraordinarily clear, and it does not give the Board of County Commissioners unilateral authority to begin or establish this process. It requires the county clerk's participation in the process, and in fact, it requires the county clerk's initiation of this process.
Thank you, sir.
So are you still there, Mr. Attorney?
I am, but I'm not going to answer questions. I will only answer questions from the board.
We have not heard anything from you yet, sir.
So, I'm not an attorney. And these are three different ones. From my perspective, the proverbial bus finds me and I'm gone, and correct me if I'm wrong. But it's up to 17 people to fill this seat as we stand right today, within 10 days. Correct? I
Yes,
believe that's correct.
yes,
17 people
that's correct.
are gonna decide who sits here
If you were
if the
to die,
proverbial bus finds me.
yes,
With redistricting or re-precincting, and we would have 9, we would go up to. We would have 29 people that would vote for this person, that would sit here.
yes.
Yeah.
So this, the,
Talking about the Republican Party vacancy.
yeah,
All right.
right,
That's a totally unrepresentative of the county process. You're being replaced by a political party, not by the voters of the county, so it's irrelevant.
No,
What we're
well,
talking about.
so let me continue on that. Right now, there's only 6 PCPs or 6 representatives
Right.
from the community that's on that board,
Or the
right?
Republican.
Okay, let him go ahead and finish his statement. He has the floor, James.
So if there's more precincts, there's more representation from the public or
From the Republicans, not the
Okay,
public.
we're
right,
not,
from the
James, we're not in a
Republicans. That is
back and
correct.
forth right now. He's making his statement. Thank you.
I agree, James, you're right. It is from the Republicans, you're right.
But if he was a Democrat, it would be the same thing.
And you're addressing the board here as well, sir. So we're not in a back and forth. I'm
Right.
gonna keep a lid on this.
And I agree.
So,
But that's,
Are we having discussion?
no, we're not in discussion.
Yeah.
We're at the
Yeah.
table at this time. We don't even have a motion on the floor.
and so for me, having more precincts opens it up to more of the Republican voters to fill this seat instead of just 6. Because otherwise, it is the elected officials and the executive board who have the most representation.
And if I'll respond and then I'll let you have a chance here. And again, I'm not an attorney either. not my purview. And that is why we have an attorney, and that is why we pay an attorney, is to interpret and give us his opinion on these things. And that being the case, I would give weight and validity to his interpretation because he is the one that studies this and knows this. And
So,
Jack, I'll let you respond first.
so I've got a visa bill here from January. This is the way we do things. We always make a late payment statement. We always pay interest. And then somebody's got to figure out how to pay for this and where it comes from. So taking this adage and I continue to hear this and I continue to see this. That's how we've done it in the past. So that's how we're going to do it in the future. This isn't working. That adage doesn't work for this. It showed me that we can't continue down that road unless we want to go bankrupt. And so I don't know what to do about this. I mean, I have had little time to research this. I couldn't make a decision on this today. If it was presented today. I think what we need to do is, this definitely looks like a concerted effort with Kelly Camper, our county clerk. And that's pretty much the comments.
Sure.
Mr. Rep, Commissioner Rep points out something that I had not considered, but he is absolutely correct, and it doesn't matter. It's a state statute that governs that what political party replaces a county commissioner in the event that they are not able to fulfill their duties. So it wouldn't matter whether it was a Democrat or a Republican. With more representation in the county, you have a better chance of selecting that replacement and filling that vacancy with someone that the majority of the county is going to agree on. We increase that number, we give more people a voice. And that's what I said to begin with, we give more people a voice. I hadn't looked at the vacancy of one of you three. It is only the county commissioners that we get to make that with. But you drive hardscrabble and you know how slick and nasty it can get and how crazy other drivers are. If something was to happen to you, do you feel it would be right for 16 people in the county to decide who replaces you? Or we increase that by 12 more people so that we have 28 people in the county that make the decision on who fills your position.
Okay, Jim, you bring a good point up and I want to build on that. I want to ask a couple questions. Because I'm not sure, I've never gone to the Democrat side to look at how you in the normal elections. Do you caucus?
Of course.
It's a caucus state, right? Yeah. And you have polling places, we got one, they all go to, it's bipartisan. Do you, and you would like to get the best representation you can. So from my perspective, I'm throwing out, I'm disregarding what your point there is, whether one of us died and somebody gets to be appointed. I think there's more representation just to get us nominated as a candidate to run the prelims, okay? And the reason you do it's not just one guy or 10 or whatever, it's a group that caucuses. And what he's saying is if you have a group with common interests together, they're talking about what do we like, unless we got these kind of candidates, I mean, we might want to offer one of these guys up. That's who they defend in the caucus process in that room, whether it's with the three that we remain, we can caucus in the same buildings. We do it already with those different groups together discussing it. And that's where the representation comes from to get more variety in or participation, I think. I see that as a big plus. And I see it, if they know their neighbors and they've got this common communications, I think that helps get enough interest in to get more than 10 people to come to a doggone caucus that represents 1,500 other people. And when we do that caucus, it was very disturbing to me on this last one, especially. I saw better participation a couple of years ago or more than that. So I see an opportunity here, and we're not suggesting cost increase in trying to get another polling, a couple more voting machines or anything like that now. I think that's whatever we do about that later, something to discuss later. But to get it divided where you get more representation in both cases, whether we die and have to be replaced by somebody, they go, okay, let's nominate this guy. I know him personally. Well, I've never heard of him because he's up there in the east side of Hillside somewhere, and I've never even met him. He's a rancher up there that has good interest in it for the county. I don't know. So I see a big benefit here to do this. And I don't know whether we have time to do it or not, but taking it a step at a time, it's not irreversible. And it certainly allows us an opportunity to increase polling places if we decide to in the future. But it's still a caucus process. Not going to change that. And that's the same for both parties and independents to participate in no matter what. So I'm kind of offended that I'm not looking at it as a Republican movement here at all.
Okay, Dan, I'd like your response here.
Well, I just wanted to make a quick comment, just to clarify what the law says with respect to vacancy committees. While I think the default in most party reorgs is to have the central committee serve as the vacancy committee, the statute allows the county party, Democrat or Republican, to select whatever vacancy committee that they choose, as long as the members of the central committee are on that vacancy committee. So in theory, if your central committee is 50 people, you could still choose a vacancy committee that consists of 100 people, as long as the 50 people that are on the central committee serve on that vacancy committee. So every party has that option at the reorg meeting in, I believe, the odd numbered years.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to make one more comment, and it's about what Commissioner F said. I agree with what he said about doing it the way we've always done it. The way we've always done it doesn't mean that the way we've always done it is the right way. And as the world changes and technology changes and people change and the environment change, we must be able to adapt and do what is the right way. I was in a conversation with some people the other day, and I think it's very fitting for this time. There's the right way, the wrong way, and then there's right or left. We need to go the right way, not right or left, and not the wrong way. We need to go the right way.
You're correct.
So any more questions of me?
I would just comment, quick reply. That particular case is somewhat apples and oranges. The way we have always done this process in the past might actually be the right way and might be according to statute as it is interpreted. So I'm not saying because we've done it this way for years and years, we'll be darned if we're going to change. I want to do it the right way. I want to do it according to statute. And at this time, my legal advice tells me that the process is to go through the clerk and recorder, which I believe you approached last year to do this, right before elections or 2 years ago. And now you're coming to the county commissioners. So I'm going to follow my legal advice. And, because the way that we have done it is how he interprets these statutes to be the right way. So that is my statement on that. And you may respond.
Okay, I'm just going to respond to that directly. And the bottom line is you involve the clerk. We haven't involved him yet. So I would like to know right now, because this is a whole different concept than just going off, divide them up, making polling places, et cetera. It's a step. I like the step of involving more people. And we sure want to keep the workload down because we're in an election year now. The workload, we're not proposing putting new machines in. We're trying to build up a more ability to get better communications and a better, to me, way I'm interpreting what you said. Participation in the caucus that exists today, in the same places that it exists today, the way we've always done it before. So I think it's a good one. So Kelly, what do you see wrong with this, the way they're proposing it right now? There's the polling, the drop box is gonna stay in Wetmore until we decide to do something different together. Because the statutes are clear to me, we can decide to do that. Kelly has the responsibility by law to implement the boundaries. Because there's criteria not to overlap, there's criteria to do a lot of different things that you have to consider. And I don't know if you've considered all of them or not, and so we have to have a partnership with this, because in the end, we do approve it. You know, and in the end, somebody has to start it. I don't care what the statutes say. If we
I
leave
do.
it, I care, listen.
So, go ahead,
Kevin,
I'm
that's
sorry,
not-
I interrupted
Yeah,
you, sir.
you're making fun of it. I'm not making
No.
fun of the statutes.
I apologize.
They are confusing, because if it says Kelly starts it doesn't even say that. It just says when cooperation or participation, whatever. Somebody's got to start it, and that's not clear. It's clear in a couple of them, but it's not in the other. So bottom line is, throw that aside. This is a small county. We all have the same interests, and we all work together. And so from her perspective, I want to hear it because it matters. What is the issues that you see would be hard to do if, I mean, it looks logical. It's got good boundaries there. They maintain in the same boundaries as the precincts, the big 3 precincts, or the districts are like we got divided today. Almost. What do you think?
It is my job.
Mhm.
It starts with me. It ends with you guys and your approval. The polling places always started with the clerk's office. I have not had to do that because we don't have polling places anymore. I think that term is getting a kind of confused in here a little bit about a polling place. I think some people are talking about, to me, and in statute, a polling place is where a person goes to vote, which we don't have techniques. I mean, we have polling places, but not like they were 10 years ago.
Right, because we only have one.
And I think you're talking about polling places and you're talking about caucus places, 2 different things. Because of how elections have changed in the last 10 years, you know, Colorado is a mail ballot state. Since we've gone to that, we've increased our numbers huge. People, they vote, it's easier to vote because they don't have to get out to their polling place or whatever. They come to town to go to the grocery store and they can drive, right? They don't even have to get out of their car. They drive by the box and they drop their ballot in. Or they can give their ballot to a neighbor to take. If you add precincts and then you make those polling places. So right now, the statute is if you are under 10,000 active voters, you only have to have one. They call it a VSPC now, a voter service and polling place. You only have to have one. I have one. During the November election, and I know you don't like back and forth, but
No.
James, you were a judge. How many voters came into that polling place during the November election?
This past one? 150. 50 or something like that.
They only really come in anymore to get a replacement ballot, or if they're not registered to vote yet, or whatever. We do have some that come in because they'd rather vote on our machine, or they'd rather get a ballot handed to them and vote their ballot there and put it in the box. To have 9 different precincts and 9 different VSPCs, or even every time you add a VSPC or you add a ballot drop box, my cost goes up. And it's gonna go up a lot. You just did the budget. You saw how much it costs to do elections. I'm not dead set against adding precincts. I just wish that I would be included in the process, and I have not been included. I have not been approached. I've not had a proposal. I've had a small handful of people say, we need to increase precincts. And the reasons that they're giving me is because they're outvoted on the central committee and they need more precinct committee people. And I don't believe that's a reason to add more precincts. And I'm a Republican, but I represent everybody. I represent Republicans, Democrats, unaffiliated. I don't care who you are. I represent everybody. And I don't want to put a hardship on the Democrats or actually it would only be the Democrats because they're the only 2 major parties to have, to add another, let's see, you're gonna add 6 precincts, so you'd add another 12 precinct committee people. I'm not against it, but and it's impossible. I know that you want it done by this caucus, it's impossible. That will not happen.
Okay, thank you, Kelly, because I wanted to get to that. So I want to ask a couple questions back because I'll make it clear. I represent both parties and the independents and the rest of the citizens. We all do, and that's how I think. So, and let's get rid of that mind, and that would be a terrible reason to go do this for any reason. But I want to get back to what was proposed, and I want to ask the question: what would make you want to change the precincts? If you're going to be the only one that has the authority to start this ball, which I don't believe either, because there's 2 ways to beat this. And I've talked to Dan about it as well, because if we believe there's a deadlock here, that we have to go to the state to resolve. The only way to do that is unless they got a good phone line, and you know how hard it is to get anybody to answer out there. And you've had problems. I had when I try to call the election side of things. The opportunity to do it, what I've heard proposed is not going to increase any polling places. Might in the future if we wanted to, and if on consultation you decided that was a good thing to go and implement. The only other way to do it would be to go with a lawsuit to say, okay, make the judge decide who's right and wrong here and who gets to start the process, because that's what's in contention. Well, we're neighbors. We're all we have the same interests in the county here. So I would rather have it, and I don't know why she should have been involved on it, but because I know with Jack presenting it, it looks like it's a Republican movement, and it's not, and it shouldn't have been. I know he's got other people working on this. They did a lot of work trying to make boundaries. It would have been nice for you to have some input on that said, you know, it's easier to keep it in this district because I've already got that, because we're not changing the districts in it. And find other polling or caucus places. I like the idea of getting more people involved in the voting on their right to vote. And I see that as an opportunity here and as a good start. So cost wise, I don't know, it'd be worth you to sit down with her and find out what the real cost is to do this, because we're not putting in a voting machine. We're not going to have anybody go anywhere else. You're still going to gather up ballots. It's just another thing to do. You're right, to get volunteers to be, well, they're not going to be poll watchers either. They're going to be poll numbers are the same. So I don't know where the cost really is, and he hasn't defined it. I don't think he knows either. So I think the that would be a good thing to do, is to get together. Now, let's talk about timing, because that is an issue. If we do decide this, and it's the right thing to do, if it is, when's the deadline, Jack? And is it the 5th of February? You have to have the precincts? Why is the precincts? We're not changing the polling places, the precincts. Where does that come in? If it's all, that's all.
The Colorado State election calendar designates that February 5th is the last day to add precincts or change precincts with the Secretary of State. So it needs to go into her.
And that's what, 3 weeks away?
And my question about why there isn't time to do it, it appears to me, I've been wrong a lot. I will probably be wrong many times again, but it appears to me that the only thing that needs to be done is a description of the polling of the precincts created and sent to the Secretary of State. So I would love to hear from our county clerk, what other work would have to be involved in the next 3 weeks to get that done?
Just real quick.
Because I can find volunteers to help do all of that. But
What's it take to describe it, Kelly? Is it, when you give a picture, is it a plat, is it that long, what is it?
So once you get to the point of where you're gonna have your precincts, you gotta identify all the addresses within those precincts. And then I've got to input all of those into the computer, and you gotta move people around.
You
And
have to do
it's
that by the
not-
5th or?
Yes.
Or if you already have
And
boundaries.
so within our voting system, because you cannot mess with certain things up to a certain point, Secretary of State's office actually turns off stuff in our voting system so that somebody doesn't inadvertently do something they shouldn't do. Our precinct and districts were turned off last Friday. So I cannot do anything.
What does that mean?
I
They
am,
turned off.
I cannot go into
You
the
can't
computer
log
and
into it.
adjust my precincts. I cannot do that at this point. And I just did my ballots yesterday. I finished the rest of them today. They go to the printer at the end of this week. 2 weeks from today, I send all the names of all the voters to the printer. And everybody has to be in their right little precinct. It's not a easy fix. And if I was gonna change the precincts, I know that you said this was a bipartisan thing, a bipartisan group that got together. I'd like to know the names of those people, because I don't believe that. If I was going to do this, I would get representatives from the Republicans, from the Democrats, from the unaffiliated, and get a representative of everybody that could sit down, because that's how it's usually done. And you sit down and you figure out the lines and because within those precincts, there's 4 or 5 different sub precincts, if you want to call them, depending on, one of your precincts was the town of Westcliff. You said mostly the town of Westcliff. But within the town of Westcliff, you have some people that are in Round Mountain, but they're not, and then others that aren't Round Mountain. Those people each have to go in their own little specific thing. And so it's not a 1 or 2 day fix.
Out of curiosity, because you just realigned the precincts to match the commissioner's district 3 years ago,
Yes.
and that was probably from what I'm understanding of hearing you speak, that was probably one of the easiest precinctings that happened, because you already had commissioner district boundaries. Now we're making virtually new boundaries.
Right. And you have.
Not commissioner boundaries.
No,
District.
But you
precinct.
Make
have a
another precinct
new
boundaries.
precinct boundaries
That's right.
within
And you have to
commissioner
identify
boundaries
the
and within-
addresses in there.
Yes,
So-
within
Separate.
town boundaries and within
Right.
Round Mountain boundaries and fire boundaries, and you've got a lot of boundaries in there. It's not just a simple fix.
You know, you can't
It's not
cross,
gonna
you
happen
can't
this
cross
year.
commissioner lines either, I think I read in here. So you cannot have a precinct that goes into two commissioner districts.
And we kept that in mind with doing everything we did. We never did that. And going back to the way it's always been done. That part has been there for a long time, and for a long time. The Commissioner District 2 included part of precinct 1 and part of precinct 3. So we were out of statute at that time until Kelly redrew it, which she did a great job of. She did a great job of getting the commissioner districts to have as close a population as she, electors as she could. I strongly commend her for that. It was the right thing to do, and it was a good, what she did was good. And that's why we're lucky in Custer County. Custer County, as far as all of the state, House, and Senate, and the federal congressional districts and the judicial districts, Custer County, the entirety is all in one district. There are some counties that have 3 or 4 congressional districts in them. It makes a much more difficult job for those counties to try to figure out their precincts.
That's why they had precincts with 5 on them.
Oh, there's a precinct in Colorado with 2 electorates in it. Because it's a little tiny, the gerrymandering of recreating the congressional districts took 2 addresses out of this county to create enough electors in that congressional district, which really makes it to me, that's untenable, but it's somewhat ridiculous to have 2 electors in a precinct, but there are precincts that are that way.
All right.
So
Probably
basically,
need to move on.
yeah, we need to go on. So, your view is there's no possible way in God's green earth to do it by this election. It doesn't mean we shouldn't continue to think about it and get, unless there's another, I don't know what she would see that you haven't presented, is there? I don't know how to do the address. There's any other way to
It
help.
makes me query, and it's because of the way our government works so inefficiently and without talking to each other. The thing that I think is a travesty is the election law says that we have until February 5th to do this.
Mhm.
Our county clerk is telling us that the state has shut everything down for her
That is
ability
crazy.
to do that already. So why do they give us until February 5th to do it?
Right.
So that's part of the reason our government as a whole does not function properly.
That happened, and I've seen you with
And-
problems like that in every election that ever occurred. They
And
shut things down.
When things like this come up, you discover things like that and you go, because I looked at that last week and I thought, okay, we're getting ready to go, we're in lawmaking, we're just starting. So we need to look at that statute because it doesn't fit with how, it would fit next year because I only have 1 election in November, so it wouldn't be a hardship. But on a year like this, where I have 3 elections, right, actually 4 elections, we just had November And we got March, we got June, we got November again, so it's kind of,
Well,
statute is like that.
that makes it tough for this one, but it needs to continue, I think, Jack. Get a bipartisan group, keep it going. Let's
Yeah.
make it happen, come back.
And the comments that Kelly needs to be involved. And that's in these statutes. She needs to be intimately involved. She needs to be the ones that draw those lines with the help of you guys, whoever comes before, not the other way around. So there again, I'm gonna state, do it the right way. Get with Kelly. This is a bad year. She's got all these elections. Then when it's slow, have your propositions ready, come to Kelly, work with her. She can work with something and then bring it to us and present it to us. And then we are the ones that approve that. And I believe that would clean everything up and everything would work like it's supposed to. But you're right, it is a slow process. And it doesn't happen overnight. And a lot of that is built in for a reason. And we have to know that.
You have any other comments? I'd be interested in before we bail.
So this doesn't just affect the Republican Party, but this reflects, this affects the Democratic Party too. And, maybe someday the unaffiliated party or the independent party, if they party up, if that's allowed or whatever, I don't know, but I agree. It's a whole lot easier to do as a team than it is to do individually, and acting individually is not a good way to go down the road necessarily, so.
I want to thank you guys. You did a great job. I learned some things. Now I know everybody sort of lives in it. And I like the idea of getting them together.
Well, thank you for your time.
So I am kind of curious, and because it's not on your list, because they're a way bigger county, but we haven't. Do you have any numbers on Fremont County? On how many they have in their precinct? Sorry, I just wrote it down after I said we need to move along. I can get those from you afterwards, Jack.
No, he's got them there.
Okay.
I think he gave them.
I was just curious.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't print out the entire document because the document with precincts and voters is over 90 pages.
That's prudent and not written about. I was just curious, just because they're right next door to us here.
I don't have
You had him in.
all of Fremont County, but I have a list of 5 of their precincts. And their largest precinct on this list is 883, and their smallest on of these 5 is 261.
Because I believe they chopped theirs in half last year. Their number of precincts.
They went from, I believe it was from 30 to 20.
Okay, not. So
And then the political parties restructured their, which actually, to the point Lucas was making, at least with the Republican Party is what I know about. Previously, they had 30 precincts and 1 PCP per precinct. They went down to the county dropped it to 20 precincts, so the Republican Party went to 2 PCs per precinct. So they actually increased the number of PCPs they had that will be the ones that filled the vacancy committee to fill a loss in their, to fill that vacancy and a loss of their county commissioners. They actually increased that representation. So even though they went to smaller precincts, they still increased their representation and that's what we want to do, is increase our representation.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I really do appreciate it, and I'm not gonna let it drop. I'll sponsor the next time a group comes and this is important. Because
Okay,
we got a bunch of big precincts, we gotta do something.
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good,
Yes, sir.
all right. Last item on the agenda is a consideration of recalculation of amounts owed Drayden Wilson for back pay. I believe you.
Yeah, I put that on there because, you know, we've been through a kabuki dance, want to finish it up and do what's right. And I'm not sure where it came from. I think Lucas might have brought it up at one point from different sources, and I did talk to Lisa. Braden was not paid, I believe. You know, I don't, that's why we have to get somebody working it, and I don't know when, because our finance is busy. But if he's 2 weeks still due money and we overpaid him 1 day on the county manager piece, we need to fix that. If that's the only thing that's wrong, or whatever else needs to be done. So we need to get that, and I would suggest that we get that as soon as we get lined out. I mean, but first priority is the audit. And then if she's got time, it's all a payroll thing, and maybe that's simple, more understood. Jen's gotten up to speed on things. Maybe she got some time, we can get it done, because we need to correct that problem.
Well, if we still owe money, I don't think it's non-priority. I would believe that would be a
To
priority.
me, it's well, I didn't mean to put it down the bottom. I mean, if it's second place, but we gotta get it paid.
And you don't have any figures or anything.
Nope, all I know, 2 weeks, we go figure it out. I don't know. That's what I've heard roughly, and I don't know the by date cost on the county manager things. That's for
There
them.
may have been a day, there was a day that was overpaid. So there was a day he got paid for, that he probably shouldn't have been. paid
Right.
for. The retirement didn't get paid out. And that we need to correct.
And I think it was maybe a week too. I don't know what it was. But anyway, that's why it was important. Probably should have had 2 checks. It's a process thing to check out, but it should have been a check to finish things up and a check for this, retirement.
So, I don't think we can make any type of a decision on that today. We need to have those figures in front of us.
Well,
But we need to make
I
the,
just need to correct it.
Yeah, it needs
we need to go do it.
So,
And then we can
I guess I'm gonna look.
let us know,
over it.
let us know when it happens, and we'll,
Because. that
Well,
would be-
it'll run, I mean. Salary is not up for BOCC approved. As far as paying out,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah, so it's what it is. We just gotta get
That's-
the
but I'll look into it and I'll make sure it gets paid.
get the machine making the right adds and subtracts on what
And
happened.
then, we'll finalize out. That retirement as well as 3 others, so that have. Retired this last year, so.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
I guess that's been an issue, huh?
Yeah,
Getting
it
them
has been.
to be able to show that they're not employed anymore.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional items of business, gentlemen?
I forgot to add one thing, when we were talking a while ago. We need to cancel the meeting that we had set up on the 17th with Michael Foster.
Okay.
Cause he got called out of the country, so I'll reset up something with him, and I'm gonna set up another meeting, a meeting with Rick, McStroth for the operations, but we'll get back to that.
Okay, anything from you, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, public comment. Mr. Gilbert. He beat you, Deb.
After I'm done speaking, you can call EMS and bring him over here because I'm bleeding profusely from biting my tongue. This whole discussion about new precincts. You're not talking about apples and oranges, you're talking about apples and dolphins. The election process, the laws of elections are run through the state, the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State's chief election officer in the county is the county clerk. That's who handles elections. In the election statutes, which is number 1 of CRS, it's elections, the county clerk sets precincts. numbers and boundaries and where polling places are. That's for elections. That's her bailiwick. You guys have to approve it because you might have to spend some money. On the other hand, the political parties have absconded with the precinct system to be able to run their political party organizations more effectively, because now we're organized into little groups. So we can caucus in our little groups and then get together in our little assemblies. That's political, not elections. And they're two different animals entirely. Everything Jack said that's a benefit to more precincts is a party issue, not an election issue. More involvement of voters. That's get out the vote by the party. More discussion among individuals about their common interests. That is a party function, not an election's responsibility. The election's responsibility is make sure everybody's vote gets counted fairly and squarely, and that happens when it's most efficient. And in this county right now, that works with 3 precincts at 1,600 per precinct and 1 ballot box to go pick up twice every day. And well, not counting out back, we picked that up a bunch, but so it just galls me that a party is trying to snow the county to put more precincts in to make their job easier because it helps them get out the vote. That's their responsibility. It makes them caucus and it doesn't make them do anything. Parties have rules that have to work within the aegis of the state regulations. Their rules are flexible, which they can change everything. I mean, you can have 88 members of your central committee if you so desire. You can tab 25 additional precinct people as some other name to go help in a precinct to round up ballots. I found it interesting that Jack was actually proposing that the Republicans start ballot harvesting, because that's what he was saying. Hey, everybody can take 10 ballots to the ballot box. Well, Democrats are accused of ballot harvesting, where Republicans now are saying this is the way to get a vote. That's a political statement. I apologize for it. We take it back. So with respect to this whole thing, when I was approached by Jack Canterbury in Walmart, shortly after his cardiac episode, he asked me if I would support his and the Republican effort to look at and increase the number of counties. I said, right then, it's the county clerk's job. And if you want more people on your central committee, do it through party rules. I do not support you or us going to the board to do this. So from the standpoint of bipartisan, I guess there's some Democrats around he might have been able to find that would support that, but it surely was not me. So don't live under that bipartisan idea thing. This is an effort to infiltrate, I guess, the responsibilities of the election system with the party system. So let's not do it. Leave them separate. If Kelly deems 800 is better of a number, although I think it's irrelevant in the physical size of this county, because that's the important thing. They talk about boundaries with natural stuff. I'm almost done.
You there.
Jack got like an hour and a half. It's hardly fair.
So, I hate to tell you, but the buzzer already did. Your 5 minutes is
Anybody
gone.
want to donate their time?
I only need.
I
like
believe
30
that's
seconds.
not allowed. I think that's not allowed.
Well, it's allowed.
Jim make good
So,
point, thank you.
Get my point?
Yeah,
You made your point.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
you want a Band-Aid for your tongue?
I need the EMS. folks.
Go ahead, sir.
I think he needs a shot of bourbon. Actually. I just want to say, so I'm an independent. So, and this is a vote by mail state, so all of this conversation today meant very little to me. You know, it's not gonna change my ability to vote or make choices. I think the maybe the hidden agenda behind this lengthy conversation was really, how do I increase the number of central committee voters? And by adding precincts, that adds 12 more voters on the central committee. Which might be a good thing, more representation, depending on how those voters are chosen. It might just skew to one faction and let them control the whole committee. I think agreeing with James, all this conversation was more about the two simple committees and how that might change the number of voters on the simple committee than about anything else. Again, no impact to me at all as an independent voter. I think if we were gonna go forward with this, we ought to play by the rules. Kelly ought to be picking who's on the committee to look at these things and not have basically the Republican Central Committee come in and say, hey, here's the new plan. Which a lot of it made sense from a political committee point of view. Didn't have anything to do with the municipal.
Thank you.
John.
Put 30 seconds on there. That's all she said she wanted.
All right, you're up, Deb.
I don't really want to say anything because it's been a long meeting. I just want to give all of you a copy of Custer County Resolution number 22-17 that you approved,
This one here?
I guess, about a code of ethics. We all know that 2023 was a rough year in this room or in the other room. And I think if you review the code of ethics, it just might hopefully encourage you to look at things a little bit different and just handle things in a more appropriate way. So I just give that to you for you to reread at your leisure and hope that 2024 is just a more peaceful and harmonic year for the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Namaste.
Had you been able to donate, you had 4 minutes left. Nadine.
Nadine Peterson. There was, I think it was mentioned when Jack was talking about how it's not just political, it's also there's different areas of the county that have different issues they face. And that was one of the reasons for redistricting also.
Thank you, Nadine.
Thank you.
Anyone else here? I think we got everybody out here, unless you wanted to make a comment.
I'm good. I guess, Kevin, back to, throwing this around, I don't mean any ill will towards you. I think
That's fine.
that comment we throw around a lot, and we shouldn't throw it around as much as we all do.
No
So-
offense taken at all on that. That is an issue that does need to be resolved and has not been. So
I was.
I did not even take it that way.
Okay.
And, my comment was, this isn't quite the same as that the way we've done it for years in the county in this process. And, so no offense taken, sir, and.
Want to receive it, appreciate it.
No, I do have one. I have, hand up, SEW.
So,
SEW online, you have your hand up? They are muted. But one more chance, last call for party online signed on as SEW. So. Okay, not able to reach them. That's the only hand that is up. That being the case, then I will adjourn this meeting at 1:20 PM. Thank you all for bearing with us.
4 hours, 5 hours.
For the amount of items on the agenda, I think we did rather well.
I was gonna say, I could have expected longer, so.
Yeah, me too. I think this is a short meeting now.
All right, I'll have another down there.
Horseshoe stuff.
Thank you for reading my other half. Thank you. Deb. Thank you. Yes, I'll put it there. In my fraternity, Bob.
I'm gonna tell her what Bob's name.
All right. Thank you, John. Bob is, him and I's, fraternity that we belong to.